Oh, yeah. Uy.
I do. It's okay. I'll go. Okay, I was like. If you give us just a moment. We are almost ready to begin our meeting. Thank you all for coming. I know that this is a big chunk of the middle of your night, and we appreciate you being here. So thank you very much for joining us. Hi, everyone. It is February 12th, and I would like to call to order the open session of National School District Governing Board board meeting. Thank you for joining us. I would like to ask Alicia Rodriguez, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please stand. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You may be seated.
Thank you very much. Would you please call the roll?
Ms. Lopez? Present. Ms. Sarmiento? Present. Ms. Castañeda?
Present.
Ms. Avalos?
Present.
Ms. Gates?
Present. All right, item 5 is presentations. Item 5A, we have a presentation by Kimball School students. And our principal, Francisco Lopez Villarton, will be leading that for us.
Buenas noches, Board President Gates, Dr. Beatty, Board, Secretary Cabinet. Today is a day of celebration for us, being a two-language school, knowing that we are celebrating our students every time they come into our campus, because not only they speak two languages or they're multilingual learners, it's because they bring a lot of things that we know they learn at So today I want to celebrate also the parents, because what we are about to receive from our students, it's a combination of what we're learning in school, but I also want to give credit to our families. Mamás, papás, abuelitos, gracias por ayudarnos a crear el futuro de nuestra comunidad. So today we have Ms. Silva's class, a group of students from Ms. Silva's class, and as we are celebrating, I need to remind myself that we have an amazing group of educators at Kimball. And Ms. Silva's class, and Ms. Silva in particular, I want to acknowledge her for her support. In these 3 years that I've been part of Kimball, I know I can count on her because the amazing things that happen in her classroom. So Ms. Silva, thank you for everything. Okay. Sin más ni más. Let the students speak. Okay.
Good evening, Board, President Gates, Dr. Brady, and Executive Cabinet. My name is Delilah Ruiz of Kimball Elementary. We are honored to present our aspirations, the learning opportunities our school provides, and the impact it will have on our future. Being an exceptionally prepared learner means being ready for any challenge. Throughout my journey at Kimball School, I have engaged with a variety of reading texts that I enjoy. As a reader, I read at grade level in English and Spanish. I enjoy reading biographies, and some of my favorites are Elvis Presley, Venus, and Serena Williams. I can communicate with a diverse audience because I am bilingual. My school has helped me be an exceptionally prepared learner by teaching me how to be confident, think critically, and have a growth mindset. A growth mindset is when you fail at something or make a mistake but don't give up. I am a student who collaborates with others and acts with self-direction. I am a resilient student who always tries to improve myself and my work. As a student with self-direction, I believe what Maya Angelou says. Each time a woman stands up for herself without knowing it, possibly without claiming it, she stands up for all women. If you don't like something, change it. If you can't change it, change your attitude. Cuando yo crezca, yo quiero ser ortopedista.
Hello, good evening. Buenas tardes. My name is Ariel Sanchez Blanco, and I am a 5th grade student. Innovation is all about thinking outside the box. At Kimball, there are teachers who have helped me in many ways to become an innovative student. For example, Ms. Garaycoa. Ms. Garaycoa has helped me by teaching me STEM, which stands for Science, Technology, Engineering, and Math. STEM has ignited my curiosity about various career ideas, and I am excited about the future possibilities, whether it's an engineering career or a PhD, like Mr. Lopez. I like to challenge myself by continuously seeking to improve. One time I demonstrated my innovative spirit was when I was working on my next gen math, and I got 90%. But I was determined to reach my goal and get 100%. This determination was a part of who I am, and I know I will not stop achieving great goals. Cuando yo crezca, yo voy a lograr lo que me proponga porque soy una estudiante que hace preguntas, acepta ayuda y ve los fracasos como oportunidades de aprendizaje. Kimball's a school of acceptance, where you can be who you want. Kimball teaches us to challenge the status quo. Kimball is an inspiration for our journey. Kimball is my home. Hello, good evening. Buenas tardes. My name is Ariana Rodriguez. Being compassionate means caring for others and making a difference in my community. One way Kimball has helped me become compassionate is by classroom visits for our school counselor, Ms. Durazo. Every time Ms. Durazo comes to our classroom, she explains to us what empathy is. In the classroom, if a classmate needs help, I help them and show them the skills that I know so that they could get good grades like me. Additionally, Kimball has helped me become a compassionate person by teaching us the values and how important it is to embrace them. When we are recognized during Student of the Month assemblies, we are celebrated for showing kindness and caring. I am a girl who respects others' opinion, respects others and includes everyone. I will strive for accomplishing my dreams. As Michelle Obama has once said, there's no limit to what we as women can accomplish. Cuando yo crezca, yo quiero ser una ingeniera en computación.
Good evening. My name is Madeline Martinez. At Kimball School, we are taught about acceptance. Students and staff at Kimball believe that everyone in and out of school should always be treated with respect. Kimball helps people understand this belief by giving each classroom a visit from our school counselor, Ms. Durazo. Ms. Durazo shows us that no matter who you are or how you look, you should always be treated with kindness. I remember when I was in 3rd grade, my teacher, Ms. Cariño, showed me the world in a brighter and different light. She showed me different perspectives, cultures, and people who changed the world. This made me feel inspired. Something else I loved about being in that classroom was that I felt I could share my ideas, and best of all, I felt safe. She also showed me how our planet and animals are suffering from pollution, climate change, loss of habitat, and more. This made me more aware and made me feel empathy for animals and Earth. From then on, I have always pictured myself as an environmentalist. Pero yo no quiero ser nada más una ambientalista. También quiero ser abogada, política, científica y mucho más. Sé que no será fácil lograr mis sueños y metas, pero donde sé que el futuro me lleve, espero estar satisfecha. Also, I wanted to share that there are stereotypes that girls can't accomplish what others can. But as Margaret Robbie once said, be fearless in pursuing your dreams, even when they seem impossible.
Hello everyone, my name is Alicia Rodriguez and I am a 5th grade student. Kimball School has helped me be a leader, innovative, compassionate, and a world citizen. At Kimball, my teachers has helped me be a leader by teaching me to develop a growth mindset to never giving up. My school has made me innovative by encouraging me to do better even though I get a good grade. Kimball has helped me be compassionate, and our school counselor, Ms. Durazo, has taught us empathy, the act of being someone's place or position. Lastly, my school has made me a world citizen, someone who cares about world issues such as our environment and how it affects animals that are at risk of being endangered. Teachers at Kimball have helped me be aware of global issues. As Anne Burr once said, part of being successful is by asking questions and listening to the answers. As you can see, we are all 5 young girls who want to achieve great things in the future, and Kimball School is helping us to positively impact the world. Cuando yo crezca, yo quiero ser presidenta de los Estados Unidos.
Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I am so happy that you all came to see your children get a certificate. And most of all, I think most of you know that I attended Kimball School. So that is my pleasure, my honor to be able to give certificates to these beautiful young girls and their parents that are here. They have done a great job. I give a lot of, for Mr. Lopez, who is a great principal, all our educators, teachers that are here. You have done a great job. To listen to these children is because of you, that you have encouraged them to do what they're doing and saying what they're saying, and to have their goals so early in life is absolutely incredible. Really, being the president of the United States is a wonderful, an engineer and all those that want to be great things, and you will be. Believe me, if you come from National City and you go to our schools here, you will reach your goal. And you will be everything you dreamed of. So today our first certificate goes to Andriana Rodriguez. Our next certificate goes to Alicia Rodriguez. The president is now entered. Our next certificate goes to Madeline Martinez. And now we're going to present our certificate. She was a great speaker, wasn't she? Ariel Sanchez Blanco. And not but not least,
our very first speaker was Dalia Ruiz. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Lopez, again. Thank you to our educators for the great job that you're doing for Kimball School. Thank you. Ms. Silva, keep going. Ms. Silva? Ms. Caracoa, I see
Caracoa,
you were called out.
Ms. Blanchet, Caracoa, Blanchet, and Ms. Vasquez, Ms. Sanchez.
Our Kimball family.
Oliver
Sí, ajá.
Kimball family.
Ms. Ruby, tú también. Vente, vente.
And how many people say no?
Wonderful. Yes, I love it.
How many were here? 1, 2,
Thank you. If you have a child that's here, and I know you do, you can have a picture with her by herself. Come on up here. Rodriguez, Mr. Rodriguez, Mr. Rodriguez, Rodriguez daughters, please do come up here. You all have the opportunity to take a picture with you. Anybody with a child, any parents would like a picture with their students? You're welcome to the front. There you go. Come on up. Next. Did you hear? Did you? Next. Next.
Wait, will you be in the photo?
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Okay, I'll put it in the middle.
All right.
Thank you.
I was gonna put it back on.
Thank you. Any more pictures? Last call. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Item 5B is to recognize Flor Berciaga as a National School District Shine volunteer. Again, Director Lopez from Kimball.
Ya vengo, ya vengo.
Once again, I'm here. And I'll be here. I'll be coming back, okay? So, as I said before, Kimball, it's a community school that is made thanks to the effort of many people. Y cuando hablo del esfuerzo de mucha gente, es mucha gente con la intención de hacerle el bien a los niños. So whenever I said the effort, many people is people that care about kids. And the volunteer work, this, at this time of the year, it comes at a time where things seems to be difficult, but not impossible. So I want to thank Señora Flor Burciaga for helping us every day. She is at Kimball. Thank you, Señora Burciaga. Señora Burciaga es una persona dedicada, aplicada a lo que tenemos que hacer en Kimball y aparte de todo, muy profesional. So thank you.
important to our families and our students. So on behalf of the board, we present you with the certificate.
Thank you.
Token of our gratitude. Thank you. Thank you.
You are welcome to say. Give a chance to use the microphone.
Well, good evening, everybody. Thank you so much for the opportunity, Mr. Lopez, and to the whole community of National City. I'm really grateful. I've been through different schools with a couple of my children, and here we are at what I thought was the end of the road with Kimball, and just the opportunity of my youngest daughter attending that dual language school, and just highlighting the opportunity for the need for individuals that are bilingual. I think it's a pleasure to serve the community that I saw my children and see my children grow up in. I actually work in this community, and just whenever I'm asked to do something, like Mr. Lopez said, sometimes it might be challenging, but it's never impossible. And once again, as you guys shared earlier, having these goals and mindsets is going to get you very, very far ahead in your journey. So congratulations again. Thank you.
Would you like a photo with your Kimball staff? It's yours. Yeah, Kimball staff. They would-
Si ya se peinaron de una vez. Para que valga la pena. Vente, vente. Gracias. Gracias.
Just making sure, any other pictures? Okay. You don't want to miss it. Item 5C is to recognize Ruby Sepulveda, Instructional Assistant TK, Kimball School, as the National School District Employee of the Month for February 2025. Again, no, I'm going for your third name.
Let's see, I told you.
Doctor Lopez.
Casi, casi. Okay, casi, casi. Thank you. Bueno, antes de empezar esto, quiero hablar con los papás de Miss Ruby. Okay, yo sé que están aquí, y cuando hablaba acerca de la importancia de estas niñas y la importancia de sus padres, de cómo nos ayudan a que lo que llega a la escuela es equipo, I just want to commend you. Quiero dar las gracias a ustedes como papás. Deberían estar orgullosos de su hija. Es una excelente, excelente trabajadora con un bonito corazón, inmenso corazón. Entonces, a ustedes como papás se los agradezco. Okay. I'm going to say something about Miss Ruby. Miss Ruby is la mera mera en la escuela. She does everything and more. And one thing that I want to say, she's getting a volunteer of the month, or she can get a volunteer of the year, okay? Because I'm student of the year, classified employee of the year. And the reason when I'm saying this is because she's always willing to go above and beyond. And with an amazing attitude. Every day we say to each other, good morning, but there's always something that comes after that. So I value everything you do for our kids, and our kids know that about you. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
You're allowed.
On behalf of the Governing Board of the National School District, I'd like to present to you the Employee of the Month Award to Ruby Sepulveda in thanks for all that you do for our students. And not only that, a nice engraved pen that you can use at work. And I just want to say thank you for all that you do, because you wouldn't be here if you didn't write above and beyond, like what you said. But come and say it.
I wasn't prepared. Okay. All right, well, I just want to say thank you. Thank you, first of all, Mr. Lopez, for giving me the opportunity to be here. And the board members, for Dr. Brady, everybody, make being here with you guys. It's a pleasure. Now I see my students here. I love you guys. I wouldn't be here for you without you guys. I see you guys every day. And all my colleagues, Mr. Silva, Ms. Chen, Linda, of course, Ms. Sanchez. I love her. Without her, I wouldn't also be here. We're like our backbone to each other. And our kids, we do all this for our kids. The art, I love art. And then you guys can see my art. It's what I do and I love. I love working at Kimball. I actually started at Kimball 23 years ago. And I'm back. I'm back at Kimball again, my second year, and I love it. I love the bilingual program. I love everything. I love everything. And thank you so much. I'm nervous. I wasn't prepared, but I love you guys, and thank you so much. And my family. My daughters.
I have to say, she also spent some time at Olivewood, where I had a chance to also be a parent while she was there, and she was a teacher of one of my sons. So I had an opportunity to have her as a teacher for one of my children, and I know she's very passionate to be a teacher for our students. So thank you for all that you do for our students, because it is exactly that, what Mr. Lopez said, is she is an excellent and outstanding individual. But most importantly, our teachers and our students are very lucky to have her. So thank you so much.
Need pictures.
I'll take a look at
She's going to be the future. The future nephew. And all my kids went at Nelson Frederick National. And my kids.
There might be enough time in between. You can both.
Stay cheese little.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Item 5D is to introduce and welcome the new employees. Dr. Kevin.
I'd like to take this time to welcome new employees. We have 4 new employees confirmed for tonight. I'd like to call them first, and at the end, call that was not able to make it tonight. I will call your name, just read a little bit about you if you wouldn't mind coming up, and we'll take a photo at the end. Our first new employee is Cody Choate, special day class teacher at Rancho Lima. Mr. Cody is a substitute teacher for the National School District. He holds a bachelor's degree in philosophy from California State University, Chico, and an education specialist intern credential from Alliant International University. Welcome, Cody. Our next new employee is Nancy Buena, campus student safety assistant at Olivewood School. Is she here? Yes. Okay, yay, come on up. Ms. Buena has over 4 years of experience in customer service. Welcome, Nancy. Our next new employee is Brenda Moran, campus student safety assistant at Lincoln Acres School. Is Brenda here? Yes, come on up. Ms. Moran has been serving as a campus student safety assistant substitute this school year. Welcome, Brenda. And our last new employee is Nidia Paulina Van Nuys. Are you here? Okay, welcome. Instructional assistant healthcare at Rancho International. Ms. Van Nuys has experience as a production assistant. She holds a bachelor's degree in international relations from Universidad de Valle de Mexico. Welcome, Nidia. let's take a picture and then we'll call the last one. Welcome to all our new employees. Our last employee could not make it tonight, Natalie Mendoza, school psychologist. Ms. Mendoza has more than 4 years of experience as a school psychologist. She holds a bachelor's degree in psychology from San Diego State University and a master's degree in school psychology from Brandman University. Welcome, Natalie Mendoza.
All right, this is the time that we take a momentary pause. You are absolutely welcome to stay. Please feel free to do so. But we also know that some of your parents can't stay up too late. So if you need to make sure your parents get home on time, you need to take them, you can do that, and we always give you a few minutes. Okay? So anyone who does need to leave, feel free. Thank you for coming. Again, feel free to stay. We are about the business of the district, and we're happy to have you. Thank
Oh, they haven't done it yet. You want to see the approval?
Yeah, so they told me to put
No, it's fine, I have to.
Or the 26th.
I'll send them new one.
That's when they'll introduce you.
Okay. Thank you for coming.
Just that by
Thank you, everyone. All right, item 6 is public communications. Public communication provides the public with an opportunity to address the board regarding an item on the agenda or other topic. Anyone wishing to address the board shall submit a request for oral communications card. Cards are available near the entrance to the boardroom and are to be submitted to the recording secretary. A member of the public who wishes to address the board on any such matter is limited to 3 minutes for one matter, up to a maximum of 5 minutes for all closed and open session matters. There shall be a limit of 20 minutes for any matter unless such time limit is waived by a majority vote of the board. Members of the public may not yield any time to other speakers. No board action can be taken. Do we have speakers? Okay, thank you. Item number 7 is the agenda. Item 7A to accept the agenda. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, I have a motion by trustee Betty Castaneda and a second by trustee Lopez. Please vote. Item 8 is to approve the consent agenda, routine items of business. All items listed under the consent agenda are considered routine and will be acted upon in one action by the board. It is understood that the superintendent has recommended approval for these items. There will be no discussion prior to the time the board votes on the motion unless members of the board, staff, or public request specific items to be discussed and/or removed from the consent agenda. All items approved by the board will be deemed considered in full and adopted as recommended. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Motion to approve. Do I have a second? I am not sure. We are tying very nicely so far.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any questions? All right, I have a motion by trustee Avalos with a second by trustee Lopez. Please vote.
Madam President, unanimously.
All right. Item 9, general functions. Item 9A is a report on California School Board Association's annual education conference. Provides for board bylaw 9240, board members shall report orally or in writing on the board training activities they attend for the purpose of sharing the acquired knowledge or skills with the full board and enlarging the benefit of the activity to the board and district. I would like to let the board know, our previous trustee, Ms. Zarica, did make sure that she is, because she attended CSBA conference, she did provide notes that she has sent in, and we will be receiving those in writing. Shall I go down? Would you like to go first?
Sure.
Okay. You're over there? Yes. Okay. I'm gonna keep doing it.
Thank you for those that stayed to hear the presentation. I did attend the CSBA conference and I went to a session. And the session, I think she's got it on the board there. They told us about the SB 1318 suicide prevention policy, which is very, very important for all of us to understand that. This bill requires schools to update the required policy on suicide prevention to include crisis intervention protocols in the event of a pupil's suicide crisis, limiting the involvement and notification of law enforcement to situations in which a pupil's life is in immediate danger and their needs cannot be addressed by a mental health professional. The assessment process that law enforcement officers should follow to determine whether the pupil experiencing a suicide crisis is endangered by parental notification. This was effective policy, must be updated by, it will be updated by July the 1st, 2026. Our next one is the AB 1858 active school drills. We have had drills here in our schools on it. This bill requires, as part of the comprehensive school safety plan, if the plan includes procedures to prepare for active shooters or other armed assailants by conducting a drill, the development of specific procedures relating to that drill. The State Department of Education to post on its website best practices for school shooter drills for use by school districts and encourage school districts to comply with these best practices. The bill also authorized a chartering authority to deny a charter school petition that does not include these provisions in its purpose school safety plan, effective July the 1st, 2025, for the next school year. AB 2998, opioid antagonists. I think I said it right. This bill prohibits school districts from prohibiting a pupil 12 years of age or older while on a school site or participating in school activities from carrying or administering a Naxoline hyperchloride nasal spray or any other opioid overdose reversal medication that is fatally approved for over-the-counter use. Must be for the purpose of providing emergency treatments to persons suffering from, reasonable belief to be suffering from an opioid overdose. Effective January the 1st, 2025. The next one is SB 997, fentanyl test strips. This bill prohibits school districts from prohibiting pupils in middle schools, junior high schools, or adult schools, while on the school site or participating in school activities, from carrying fentanyl test strips or a federally approved opioid antagonist for the emergency treatment of persons suffering from an opioid overdose. And I remember
a few years ago, we did have a drill on an active shooter, and they told us how to either get under the tables or something and where to run to, and which I thought was great, and I believe we're still gonna be having those, right, for our children, to be having those drills, which is very important, because even if you do it in school, there's a lot of shooting going on in homes right now in different places. So we must educate our children on what to do on that. So any questions? If you want a copy of this, I'm sure that Jocelyn will make a copy for you so that you'll have it and read up on it. Thank you so much.
Any questions from the board?
I'm going to start my timer. Let's be real. Okay, so I have included a number of the conferences or the workshops that I went to. I will be trying to give you some highlights along the way. I will be speaking quickly. So one of the first ones I went to was looking at legal issues currently facing boards and districts. And one of them was specifically about AI as it is coming up. Looking at how do we equip students to handle it well, and calling specifically on superintendents to explore how it's being used so that we can identify opportunities and challenges, not just act like it's a foe, not act like it's a way to cheat. What is it that actually could benefit our students and help prepare them for the future? When it comes to student privacy rights, we have a lot of things coming up, specifically, of course, with regard to students' personal identification of who they are, the names they choose to go by. And right now, that has been passed back to the courts, and it's important for us to understand that actually that is kind of like we've been seeing different responses. Currently, California falls on it is private if a student trusts a teacher with that information. Board members' free speech. So we are supposed to remember that there is a difference when we are acting on behalf of the district in our specific duties, and that especially there's been some changes in our social media information. They encourage us, though, as board members, to please put on clarify that we have a private account if it's private, and keep that clear, I guess, as much as possible of board-related things. Not that we can't say that we went to stuff or things like that, but we have to be aware. And they also suggested disclaimer on if we have a board-related site. Another suggestion is that we should review and revise any bylaws that are appropriate because we are representatives of the district. There also was a recent case that they felt was important to share that had to do with the limits of the Public Employment Relations Board, because was Visalia Unified, they told us that. The district found a reason to terminate an individual. The board agreed that the termination should take place. It was fought against. Herb apparently went to support and said that they thought that it was possibly related to union activity. It was found not to be so, and the ruling actually was based on the district's right to be able to fire someone for cause. It had to be very clear that it was for cause, but this was apparently a more unique case with regard to the PERB Review Board. Last but definitely not least, we also have the issue of sexual harassment, assault of students, and the reminder for all of us that there is not a statute of limitations on this. They are hearing cases the whole way back into the 60s that are being impacted by finding and tracking information, but for which we are still accountable as a school district if cases were to be brought. And so there are bills on both sides of that aisle, and this is something they said we should be paying attention to. We also, I do want to point out for our community, one of the things that our board committed to and last year put into policy was that we would all take the training that is required by teachers and administrators so that we are aware as well, that we have followed training protocols, that we know what it means to be a mandated reporter. The board has committed to that before we ever step foot on a campus. Second piece, I went to strategies for successful labor negotiations. So first, the reminder that this is relational. We don't walk away at the end of the day. We are still with each other. We still work together day in and day out. And because of that, following our obligation to bargain in good faith, it matters. Our duty is to communicate effectively with labor partners to make sure that we are providing correct information to the best of our ability, that parameters are set, to be aware of our own budget cycle, and that the goals are ensuring the success of all students. Guiding thoughts, one of the things they mentioned I thought was interesting is the reminder that it is a series of compromises over the course of a number of years. You may start with something that you don't end up with in 5 years. It might be because things are changing. It might be because layers have been added as you learn something new, and that while the contract absolutely needs to be held to, it also is a changing living document. Moving, let's see, sorry. Third, effective early retirement plan. I was a little eclectic and all of, I decided to go to different ones. Early retirement incentives are supplemental. We must remember that. That's on top of an employee's STRS or PERS payments. And some of the whys to it, it does have that aspect of saving money, bringing in new talent, helping with morale. If morale, instead of layoffs, which never are good for morale. But one of the things I appreciated that they mentioned, and throwback to Miss Mooney, first grade, Las Palmas. How many years ago was Miss Mooney here? Long time ago. But she had already been teaching. I remember her, Miss Jackson, and I do not remember who the other third, Miss Pineda. Oh, I would get in so much trouble. Miss Pineda, and they added up their teaching years. And they were, between the three of them, at almost 100. Because 2 of them were getting close to retirement. And so in the middle of saying new talent can come in, I absolutely want to honor the fact that our veteran teachers are so equipped. They have seen every curriculum come and go and come back again. They can teach it to us. They know its strengths. They know its weaknesses. Absolutely want to make sure that I give a shout out there, so just can't help it. Guiding thoughts, though, when we are talking about an early retirement incentive, is to be upfront. Remember that healthcare costs apparently are carried by the district. And that this can advance natural attrition, which can be a good thing, but also depending on, as we look around, and Dr. Keppen, as you see the places where it's harder to find people to fill roles, the natural attrition can actually be something that you have to prepare for. You have to be on the lookout to fill those spaces where they're appropriate. Last on that, and I would like to encourage all us specifically, the effective communication. It also needs to be honorable communication. Sometimes this is the hardest and most uncomfortable that we get with our labor partners as we move. And I ask and encourage all of us to remember that, back to that earlier part on the slide before, we're still working with each other every day. We need to speak in ways that honor and respect and show our appreciation for one another, and not just with our words, but with our treatment throughout. Let me see. We had superintendent evaluation, best practices. And it was interesting to hear how this is looked at. They specifically look at it as a tool for communication. They reiterated that more than once. They said the superintendent role has changed to be more management and vision setting. And that with that, they had a whole list of possible things. And it was interesting because, that looks very familiar to what we ask of our superintendent. So everything from the leadership and vision setting to student achievement, but also the acknowledgement that all students learning and growing, yes, what we want, but it looks different. Every child is unique, but also as we look at our district compared to another, one class compared to another, ages compared to another, all of those factors can play in. Goal setting should be collaborative, realistic. We also, as a board, should be very aware of what we need to do to make these things happen. It's not just a, hi, you go do that, and then we'll sit and watch you. It is a, what do you need from us as well, kind of thing. Let's see. The piece about possibly adopt long-term goals, I was interested in, because rather like 1 year, one at a time, what is it that we are looking for 3 to 5 years down the road? Like what is our hope? Where do we hope to be? And how would that be built in? I don't know, and it's not a discussion for tonight. Also, let's see, my final slide for you, advancing educational equity and achievement for all students. They reminded us that there are things that we see of our students and there's plenty that we don't. So we may see that their health right in front of us, we may see their attendance, we might find out that they were reclassified as an English language learner. We will know graduation rates, we will see all those things, and we have absolutely no idea about 90% of the rest of their life. And that impacts our kids. We don't know what's happening at home. We don't know what happened last night. We don't know if they had breakfast this morning. There's a whole lot of that goes in. They were talking about research-based solutions. I thought it interesting that they pointed out that we violate those all the time. So, people will say, hey, you really should have, and we're like, oh, but maybe we could do that instead. You should only have so many kids in the classroom, and then you turn around and find out that you are going to have more. High dosage tutoring, I thought was interesting. 1-to-1 is most successful. Well, how much sense does that make? It makes total sense. But what I didn't realize was they said after sitting down with 3 students, that it's like having 10 students sit in front of you, because you have now hit all kinds of needs, you've hit all kinds of distractions, you've hit all kinds of abilities, and it's a really different ballgame. 5 most common systemic inequities that were built in, and things to watch out for. Data systems that don't actually inform us and that we don't use to change practice. What good is it to have a bunch of numbers and do nothing with them? And what good, as side item, especially what good is it to put our students through a ton of assessments and never use them? They aren't comfortable with assessments. That tires them out and causes them stress. And if we can't use them to help them, or won't use them to help them, what's the point? Unclear educational goals. They also talked about dividing groups based on intervention and differentiation, and that there can be biases built into that we have to be attentive to. Remembering it's impossible to do it all well, and working, this one, I hope we never do, working just to check the box rather than to do it to the best of our ability for the best our students deserve. All of that. Any questions?
Thank you very much.
Thank you for being so thorough. Oh, there are a lot more notes, and I left out the keynotes, but you know, yeah.
Thank you.
All right, item 9B, a discussion on board priorities and protocols. As a follow-up, we had a recent board workshop. It was open to the public. We did have someone come and attend. We had some staff members there. But we listed our different, thank you, I took mine as well. We were looking at our priorities, and we wanted to take a look. If you remember, the suggestion had been items to keep, items to change, items to discuss or question, and any items to delete. And I was thinking to hold off on the priorities because it's kind of its own set. So can we do the priorities last? Would that be okay? Okay, well, taking a look at norms, again, the pieces are to keep, change, discuss, or delete. Are there any of the norms that you're interested in deleting?
Do you have extra copy?
Yes, we do. Anybody who needs an extra copy? Should I be reading these out? Would these be shelved? Should I read these out or just leave it?
Leave it up, or read out loud for the record.
I can do that. Norms, be present and engage when conducting business of the governance team. Keep confidential matters confidential. Treat all governance team members professionally. Honor the no surprises rule with the superintendent and fellow trustees. Recognize and respect the difference of perspective and style on the board and among staff, students, parents, and the community. Agree to hold one another accountable when protocols are not followed. Bring to the attention of the governance team matters that affect relationships. Any that we would think we should delete? I'll start there. Any that you want to discuss or change? I feel like the honor the no surprises rule with the superintendent and fellow trustees should be better articulated. I feel like that just kind of, well, for a couple reasons. One is it almost feels like it's a behind closed doors conversation, which I don't like that look for us. I believe the intention is that if we have questions or we want backup information, that we ask for the backup information. So like our team has the opportunity to gather that and not sit there with, just staring at us when we ask for something that we like that. That's the intent, but it sounds, I just feel like we could word it better. Thoughts?
Yes, true. There should be no surprises to any of us. We should know ahead of time instead of going to a meeting and all of a sudden, what? We didn't know about this. You know, even like when we show films to our children or whatever we do present to our children, we should be able to see them first and hear it first without hearing it from parents that are not agreeable with what we're doing. So we should know about it first. There should be no surprises on anything that we do, as a matter of fact.
Okay, so we will look at that one. Any others that you're interested in discussion or clarification?
What is that bring the attention to governance team matters that affect relationships? How would you describe that?
Yeah, how would we do that? Oh, okay. If it doesn't violate, without violating the Brown Act, how do we, would that be a closed session or here?
I mean, I would guess, for instance, if there was something that I had done, I would hope that you would not carry that and not address me. I guess that's one of the things I would think of, that there's something I need to apologize for or whatever, because we don't want those things to carry over into the way we interact up here. But I'm not sure about the original intention. That's how I read it.
Okay.
Well, any other thoughts? Would we like it to be clarified more? Like, do we want an example? Are we gonna just?
Sounds like it begs the question, we may need more clarification, because
Okay.
we're kind of fuzzy on it.
Okay.
I think the question too, if I heard you correctly, is how do we bring attention to something without violating the Act?
That would be a good question.
Manners.
That would be a cue. The being present and engaged, I feel like is not clarified very well. What does that mean? What does that look like? Especially like our, this has changed. We are being videotaped every time. And for multiple reasons, we should act appropriately and in a way that shows our community that the things that are on this agenda every time matter. So the side conversation, whatever types of things,
Right.
like phones, I feel like we haven't really had a like what that means. And so
I would agree, so having that as a question so that we can have it outlined, so like you're saying, side conversations, phone use, rummaging through your agenda while a conversation's being had, or a presentation's being conducted, so that way we're, engaged in what's being presented and so on and so forth.
I remember when we went to the Masters in Governance and workshops that we had, they said that any member of the audience that was here, and if we were working on a phone, they could ask for the phone unless there was an emergency from a family member or something. Also, they had also mentioned, since we don't have anybody really in the office, they could call either Jocelyn or Vanessa saying, hey, there's a family emergency, to let us know. But that would be the only reason why we would be on the phone. Other than that, any member of the audience could ask for our phones if we're just trying to answer calls or something. So we shouldn't be using the phones unless it's an emergency.
So some of those things for that first one. Any other that?
Well, I think that also, like what you said, rummaging through our papers, A lot of times I do that because I'm trying to read what was said before or what was on something else to clarify myself. So I do have the habit of doing this. Not that I'm trying to be rude to anyone, but I don't think that I should be, I think everybody does that, to look back on it. I'm not rummaging through my papers. I'm looking for an answer or a question or something that was said before, and I'm just clarifying it for myself.
Point of clarification, are we editing them right now, or are they gonna come back to us, or?
This is just discussion space, yeah, and so, because like some of them, like, what do we mean when conducting business, what does it mean to be present and engaged? Like, if I were in class, it's close your Chromebook and pencils out and turn face forward, and so, like, there's an expectation of how do I make sure that I'm engaged, but what does that look like for us? Because half the time we've got multiple things, what does it look like for us? So I would expect us to have further conversation.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
So maybe a suggestion tonight would be to go through each of these for the delete, for sure, let's get rid of them. Add, and then identify the ones that we need to have maybe more discussion on, and any initial thoughts we'll capture, and then we could put it on the agenda in the future, and we can look at some of the potential language and then maybe wordsmith it from there. And then of course add any adding. So we can just kind of go through those and then identify the ones for further discussion.
Then if that's the case, unless no one has anything else for norms, going to move to meetings. Again, anything that we think should be deleted in meetings.
I'd like clarification on the booster rotation based on seniority. I don't remember seniority ever coming up, and what does that mean? Because I sure don't understand.
Yeah, that one I think we agreed with the board workshop, that one needs to have its own time focused on it, and we need to figure out what that means. We also stated that in instances of an election impacting seating, that we wanted to articulate. So we'll definitely put that one down as a further discussion.
When I first became a board member, many years back, the fact is that I called CSBA and had Luann come in and do a workshop for us. Because it did look like it was always the same two people being the president. And the other three board members were never presidents because they voted on the same people. I didn't think that was right. I think that everybody should have the opportunity and the responsibility of being a president, to know what's going on, to come and help with the agenda and find out what we need and what we don't need and what's going on in our schools. So when we did a rotation, we didn't go by seniority, because if that was the case, Alma would be the president all the time,
Which is wrong.
because she has seniority among all of us. And then I have seniority among the other two. So then we would always be the same presidents, and that's what I want to avoid. That's why we don't come up and say, I want to nominate somebody. Rotation means, once Michelle is no longer the president, I'm the president next. Maria here will be the clerk. When she comes in, then it's Alma, and then it's Cindy. That's rotation to me. But when you start, I'm going to nominate so-and-so, and I'm going to nominate this person, that is no longer a rotation. Then that just ruined the whole thing that I wanted to happen when CSBA came to do a workshop for us. Rotation means rotate, not now I'm going to nominate Cindy because she's a new member.
And
So the next president would be myself, Mrs. Bettencourt, the clerk, the next Elma, and then you go back to the first of the line.
And that's why we need to clarify.
What is it, to clarify, it's a rotation, it's a rotation.
We are going to be writing these out, and
Okay.
so that's we are looking at them for writing them out so that we can actually get them in the wording that we want. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Dr. Brady.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that I believe that this was seniority of who had been the president and had been the clerk in a rotation seniority, not seniority on the board. I believe that's how it came out, but I agree it's poorly written and needs to be explained further in the board bylaws, so we'll work on it.
Yeah, it wasn't the rotation people, yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't,
Of this, yeah, it wasn't like the same people were, of the seniority, we're gonna maintain those leadership roles. So maybe
right,
we
it's
could-
seniority of a
Yeah, we
rotation.
need to figure something.
Well, and another one, the third one says the superintendent will distribute the board agenda in a timely fashion. Well,
Depends on who's time fashion.
yes, like that, like, if, well, I mean, just realistically speaking, there should be clarification on what that means. On the one hand, by Brown Act, we are supposed to get our agendas at the same time it's opened up and released to the public. But, again, what does that mean? Trustee Sarmiento.
Thank you. I would like to go back to the first one regarding the rotation. Just when it was agreed upon back in the day when dinosaurs walked the earth, it wasn't etched in granite because they're like, for example, someone may nominate someone for president and they may say, well, I don't want to be president, or I can't right now. You know, my job is taking me away and I can't commit to the responsibilities. So, like I said, it's not etched in granite. There are always extenuating circumstances.
So maybe as we wordsmith it, we should put when possible. It should be put in there because it's not always possible.
So the common practice kind of thing. We also, trustees will study and clarify information prior to scheduled meetings. Well, I didn't, I'm just looking at the ones that I was thinking about, so sorry. I don't feel like we have to clarify who we clarify with. Just saying, like, it should, I feel like that should just be stated, even to just.
We shouldn't be told that we should be prepared to be here on Monday, is what you're saying?
Well, trustee, like, if we ask a question, it should be that we go to the superintendent to ask the question. It's not that if there's a question on maintenance and operations, that I go and call David Castillo and hunt him down and find out from, like, there are some of those types of things that just.
Where are you
Or
Meetings.
meeting stuff.
Okay, our trustees will study and clarify information prior to scheduled meetings. That means that we should be reviewing our agenda prior to being.
Yes,
Right.
and anything that's unclear, bring to the superintendent. Yeah.
Yes, but not going to the individual departments.
Individual
department. Like, when you said David Castillo.
Yeah.
I look at it.
Yeah, that was just my example.
That's the
Yep.
department.
Anything else within the meetings that you were?
Yes.
Go ahead.
For the fifth bullet point, meetings will start and end on time. What is on time mean? I know there's like right now, okay, yeah, so specify regular, yeah, specify regular and special meetings, right, yep. There's an ending,
Okay.
10:30, yeah, I don't even know.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
10:30.
Yeah.
10:30 to honor, yes, well, 10:30 is 10 or 10:30.
Can we verify that on our board policy?
And that has been established on purpose, as board policy so that we do not go past an appropriate time for people to be able to be present with us. We don't want it to go, a meeting to go so late that the public is like, and we have to go home, we need to be, you know, at work in the morning, so we do have a built into our scheduled time that, with clarification, thank you.
And also, I mean, we need to be functional.
And for us
At
to be,
some point, we have to conduct good business, and if we're not here to conduct business, if we're not functioning, it's not good use of our time. We
At one time, we had agreed that our board meetings would end at 10:30, and whatever we didn't finish on the agenda, we would come back the next morning to complete it. That was many, many years ago.
Unless it was almost done, we would vote, if we were almost done.
Or we can table it.
But if it's been made policy in the past, we should check to see if that is still policy. Well, we should know.
But we should
Because,
check.
Yes, I
Right.
don't wanna ever have that come up.
So I just said to verify board policy on your notes, just because, we need to verify that. Question.
Any other things? Again, we're keeping, changing, discussing, deleting. And the discussing would be more, I know we're having some of it here, but aimed towards further discussion when we have an abundance of time. Everyone okay on meetings? Roles and responsibilities, looking at the Together We Will. Anything that you say is, you want to address in that list?
I think putting children first should be first.
Okay.
There we go.
That's exactly what I have, but that's just
With it.
put children first in decision making, and that's what I have to put in order.
And keep learning and achievement for all students as a primary focus, seems like that's number 2.
So just change the order, but that's not gonna change what
So-
content.
Okay, so we want to discuss order. Is that an agreement for everyone?
Yes.
Anything you want to change in those, or you content, or add, or? So we want to.
Number one, the children first, number two, keep learning and achievement, and then the other is.
We'll discuss. Okay. All right, what about the board will?
Shall we?
Oh, I haven't been reading these. I should be reading these, shouldn't I? I apologize. The board will set policies, communicate budget priorities, and ensure fiscal solvency. Employ and evaluate the superintendent. Communicate directly with the superintendent whenever a staff member, student, parent, or community member raises a question or concern. As time permits, visit school sites and attend school functions. Understand authority rests with the board as a whole and not with individuals. Periodically evaluate its collective effectiveness.
Sorry.
Oh,
So
I'm sorry. It's the water. I need to move the water. It's right in the way.
for number 5, as time permits, visit school sites. That's part of our elected duty. We have to visit all school sites within our 4-year term. So it shouldn't say as time permits. That's what we have to do. Yeah, just changing that language to, go with the policy, the law.
Has there ever been, a reason when the board had like some list of you have to, like, you have to visit so many times or something in the past, that they would have put it as time permits in?
No, policy says that, as board members, we have to visit all the schools once within our 4-year term. So I'm sure that's easy, but it shouldn't be as time permits. That's what we have to do legally.
I just didn't know if there was maybe a historical reason why they would have, or if they had some sort of checklist that they had to do at some point.
At one time, I had issues with visitations because I was caring for my grandson who was an infant, and I couldn't do site visits because he was disruptive. But I did make it a point to visit school sites on the weekends whenever there was events going on, or in the evenings, like open houses and things of that nature.
Because it does seem unnecessary to have that as time permits on them.
Can 1 or 2 trustees go and visit a school?
Yeah, up to 2.
Up to 2.
Yes, it still is a Brown Act piece.
So I say we leave a portion of that and just say.
Now, that includes that, I believe that we are supposed to inform or make sure you are informed. We often usually go with you. The informing is also so that we don't panic anybody when we show up and they wonder what we're doing there. But we let
Surprises.
yep, let the schools know that we're coming through. Also, it does, because we have put this into play, that does include that we go once we have taken our training and filled out a volunteer packet. If we have not done those things, we definitely are not going by ourselves to a school site, because we are legally obligated by the state as mandated reporters. And because of the liability there, we need to have done our training first. And that's legal status. So if we have not done that, just a reminder, at the beginning of every year, it's something that we have committed to, but it's also something the state requires.
We can visit the schools, say two of us go to visit a school. A superintendent doesn't really have to go with us, because Mr. Gura and I would go visit schools alphabetical order, and then we start all over again. If when they're having something going on in the schools, absolutely we don't go. If they're testing, we don't go. We know about that.
I don't know, is there anything in the policy that says that we are going with the superintendent, or has it been
It's in there,
practice?
and the superintendent will, number 3, accompany trustees on the site visit. So it's part of these norms, but it's not a policy. I guess that's what we're talking about, discussing.
So it is connected,
Superintendent, everybody came.
but it is connected to the,
Superintendent.
it is connected to superintendent responsibilities, you're saying? So that sounds like something that we should talk about.
Further discussion.
We'll link those two for discussion. Okay. Anything else in the board will section?
We just need to probably, I just want to maybe strategy here. Communicate directly with the superintendent whenever staff members, student, parent, or whoever that one. Make sure that we're directly going to the superintendent when any questions and so on arise. So that we were not avoiding the chain of command. So make sure we kind of have that discussion.
So you want discussion on this point specifically?
Yes.
The communicating directly with the superintendent.
Do we need a discussion if we don't have any problems with it?
Well, are we looking for articulation for clarification on the point? We want to make sure it's stated well?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Anything else from that section? Okay. And the superintendent will section, be accountable for implementing the vision, goals, and policies of the district, direct and evaluate staff, visit school campuses regularly, accompany trustees on site visits, provide data to the trustees so data-driven decisions can be made, respect the role of the board as the representative of the community, distribute information fully and equally to all trustees, provide information requested by one trustee to every trustee. Dr. Brady?
I'd like to maybe clarify that sometimes some of these things come through a designee. So for example, if it's a budget information, that's going to come through Dr. Burke, or maybe information that the board has requested. I may ask that Dr. Keppen or Dr. Kraft do a presentation. So maybe somewhere in here, I'll suggest an edit that it could be superintendent either will individually or through a designee provide the board with this information, or
All right.
clarify that.
I'm gonna go back to the, where the superintendent goes, because I have a job. Sometimes I can't always, make my time when Mrs. Brady has the time to visit the school.
she's got meetings to go to as well, and other things that she has to go, and so do I. I have to work out my schedule, my job, that I have to be able to visit the schools. But it says here that,
I would love to attend school visits with you, trustee Avalos. Anytime. I would love to visit schools with you. You just let me know when you're available. I will work
like
my
I said,
schedule
I'm
to
not
go with you.
always, you're not always available when I'm available. I'm always available when you're available, because you have other things to do too. So, I mean, it's not that I don't want to go with you. That's not the thing, is that sometimes we can't do our schedules the same way, and I don't want to keep you from anything. And I would do mine when I have availability for my job that I have. In fact, I have 2 jobs.
I'm thinking, and I may be wrong, again, this might be a historical piece that some of you have more information on. Yes, I'm talking to you. One of the things that I'm wondering is, if were there too many surprise visits?
I don't know, I was told that I had to go with the superintendent, so I'm surprised to hear that she didn't have to. But I was told historically that I had to go with the superintendent, so with Chris Warren before, so, I didn't know that was something that was allowed before.
Well, because I know, like, one of the things, it's not that, like, if I were to put it this way, it's not that we're not grown enough to be able to go or to be present without a chaperone, but I know full well, as someone sitting in a classroom, that having a board member wander in who I had no idea was going to be there can be very unnerving. And so I'm wondering, just to straight out put it that way, I'm wondering if there was a rationale here for going with the superintendent or a designee in order to not have teachers or staff go, oh my goodness, why are they in my classroom? Because I know that feeling. And even if you are on point, doesn't necessarily feel good, and we wonder why you came to us.
I remember I'm sorry.
No.
There was a time when.
I'm sorry.
I remember that first. There was a time when, doing site visits, it was uncomfortable for us board members because they would roll out the red carpet, the superintendent would accompany the board members, and they would have their donuts and coffee and do it up big. And I was really uncomfortable with that. I said, don't put me on a pedestal because I might get to like it, right? So I just was very uncomfortable with all that. And I'm not saying I'm the one that changed the policy or anything, but that's why we had a discussion about making it more relaxed. And if someone's going to go visit without the superintendent, obviously I would think that they're going to notify the principal first. The principal should notify staff. You may have somebody wander in or visit, so don't be surprised. Apparently your principal didn't do that with you. I'm sorry about that.
Just be little.
Sorry.
I know in other school district trustees let the superintendent know ahead of time, hey, I want to visit this school, I'm going at this time, and they communicate that, so I'm wondering if we're able to do that too, when it comes to just school functions or events, and if Dr. Brady's unavailable, we can just say, hey, I'm gonna go to see the Ed Musica concert, and you're on a campus, so.
Well, and it's like the one place where that would definitely hit us is making sure that 4 of us don't show up to the same concert without notification. It sounds like this is something that we want on our discussion board.
I remember that I was told one time that we can attend, say for instance, a concert, as long as we didn't all sit together. We sat on that side, I sat on this side, you sat here, and you sat there. And we're not conversing or sitting together, talking about anything that belongs to the school, but we were able to attend. Because I know we had in the past, we just don't sit together. Because that's unfair for, Ms. Bittencourt to go and Ms. Sarmiento, and Cindy and I can't go because they're going. Let's just make sure that we don't sit together.
Just like the mariachis.
Yeah. That's an event. Yeah, so we should be able to, But they're talking about, she's talking about the school business.
Well, and when it comes to those things, so if we've got, like, for school visits, kind of going to Ira Herbison the other day, because, Dr. Brady knew that there were 4 of us who wanted to go, she made sure to schedule things so that we were not overlapping inappropriately. And so those things are where it's helpful. And I would think, like you're saying with events, it's not a matter of us not, like, now 3 of us can't go to the event. But it may be in our best interest that she knows that we're all there so that it can be documented. Or because if people see it, again, we want to be transparent about the fact that we are going to celebrate our kids at the mariachi concert or whatever it is. So it sounds like we need to articulate for that one. And those are connected on the board and the superintendent. Well, so further discussion.
School sites and,
Okay. Any other things under the superintendent will? Okay.
I have a question. I know that Jocelyn and Vanessa do a great job on letting us know what's going on the campus. And they do refer back to us and say everything's okay, everything is fine. But at some time or another, I know it says, well, somebody's out there making a strange noise out of the school campus. But we should also have a follow-up on, were they caught, were they told something, or what happened? You know what I mean? Let's say it's okay, the campus is no longer on lockdown, or it's no longer on this. So what really happened that it was on lockdown?
That's all we need to know.
Huh?
That's all we need to know. The police don't always give us a,
They don't give
no, and
But
we can't.
But the school should know, you know, what it was, because sometimes we're like, I wonder what happened. We don't know.
Dr. Brady?
Yeah, so if our school's in lockdown, that means that there's something happening on our campus, and we would be able to give you that information. You probably saw some mixed messaging because we had heard that the police had put our school on lockdown, but it was really a secured campus, and so we did send out a clarification, it's secured campus. When it's secured campus, it's something that's happening in the community. But because both of those words were being used, the other day we just said, the lockdown, secure campus was lifted, but that was something that was not on our campus, that was in the community. So like Trustee Sarmiento said, we don't always know. We will try to let you know with the 911 calls. At the top of all of my weekly updates, there's a 911 link, and we always try to go back if we get information on that says any follow-up information. So if you click on that link, you'll be able to see the original 911 notification you got and any follow-up whenever it comes in. We try to get it into that area, but we also have to protect privacy.
Yes, I don't know if we want to put it on the protocols or something on here somehow. I know that when I first joined the board, I wanted us to, as a board, celebrate each other's birthdays. And initially I said, because I wanted us to have a very strong unit as a group and go have lunch. But it was not perceived very well because there was a perception that we were going out as a group and we were violating the Brown Act, even though it was a celebration, but it was, like I said, the perception that we were going out and having a meeting. So we came up with the solution of celebrating each other's birthdays after the board meeting, the closest board meeting. Last year, the birthday celebrations didn't go as well as we had normally been celebrating. All board members didn't participate one way or another. I don't know if we wanted to continue this celebrations as we normally have been celebrating it for the past 10 years that I've been on the board, the tradition that we've had, or if we wanted to do away with it. Being that your President Gates, this is your second year, I don't want you to carry this burden if this is not something that the board wants to continue. Because normally the president and the clerk are the ones that are the, share that burden. But last year you carried that burden the entire year. So I wanted to know if this is something that the board wants to put on here, or if we wanted to continue that, because that's a lot on one individual. Because like I said, not everybody, participated last year, and I don't think it's fair for one person to continue that individually, or if we wanted to share that, responsibility.
I have to disagree. I think we certainly should be able to celebrate each member's birthday. Is it been a problem for any of the presidents or clerks to be able to do that? Does somebody have a problem with it?
Not that we don't
Because
want
you said that one of them had a problem with it, that it's a burden on the president or clerk. Which one was it a burden on? The president or which one? Because I think we should continue having, have a little birthday cake and say happy birthday, sign a card and acknowledge it. We're not going out to Cafe La Maze, all of us, we're staying here in the district, which I'd like to though. I would like to go there, but anyway, it's just us here, and we've always sometimes invited the staff, come and have a slice of cake. I'm not asking for presents. We're just asking to celebrate a birthday.
What I stated was that not everybody participated, some left prior to the celebration when President Gates went out of her way to provide cake, and they were not always here. Some didn't come to the board meetings when she provided cake. So I don't want her to, because she's president again, to go out of her way again and her have that expense when it's not fair to her. But about it, a burden on the individual, somebody would like to speak on the burden, but that wasn't what I meant in terms of the burden part. I just don't want it to be a burden on her for a second year.
You nominated her, so that's why she's president again.
No, I'm not president for cake. That's actually not my president.
Well, I did help her out a couple of times,
Yes,
but
I was thankful.
But that's not, I'm saying, I don't want it to be a burden if not everybody wants to participate on the days when their birthday comes along. But,
And I gotta speak to the diner. Thank you. In the
Trustee.
past, a bazillion years ago, the superintendent used to provide the cake.
ooh,
Sorry.
sorry.
That's a
Sorry,
good
I
idea.
was stating
Look at her
that.
face. Oh, no.
Then, I don't know if the superintendent, maybe they didn't get a raise that year or something. I don't know, but
It was before your
then
time.
the board
donuts.
president was, yeah, before your time, Dr. Brady.
Donuts
And
are
then the
worth
board
more.
president would be the one that would buy the cake and buy the card. And I think it's 3 of you guys have birthdays or had birthdays the same month.
September.
So if we're talking about buying 3 birthday cakes, 3 cards, that, and have you paid for a card recently? They're like $5.
They're only $1 at the dollar store.
Okay, oh, you get a cheap one. So what happens is it adds up, you know, and I know personally, you know, being a mother of 6, I've had a lot of trouble sometimes paying for all that. So it was hard on me. And then there's another time when each board member would kick in $5, help pay for the cake, you know, so really, that used to happen.
It was when I started 14 years ago.
Whatever, but there's different ways of doing it, or all or nothing, we don't have to, and I'm with you, I'm okay if we don't.
I think we should.
We're gonna do this
Okay.
month, okay? Well, Trustee Lopez, that's really weird that you're gonna have this month.
I was the one
Okay,
who,
take away the cake then, don't give
No.
it.
I don't have a problem contributing, but I love to celebrate birthdays, I love to have parties. So I'm not the one who wants to go away with it. I just want, if we are gonna celebrate you, please stay, participate, and acknowledge that somebody went out of their way to celebrate you, if this is what we're gonna continue.
I had to leave one time because I had to go home. That's why I didn't stay for my slice of cake.
I was sick for my birthday last year.
So, I'm not sure if it needs to go on our norms. I will remind Trustee Lopez that they, you know, the look on your face when we said no Cafe La Mesa and no presents has been recorded for posterity. No, but I appreciate the concern. So thank you for bringing up celebrations. Can we go back to trustee or to board priorities? Can we look at or do we want to hold off on priorities till next time? We'll come back. Well, that's what I just was asking. Do we want to hold off on priorities or we want to do them now? Let's do them now then. I'm being told short. Okay. And remember, our objectives are keep, change, discuss, or question, any questions or delete. And the board, well, the governance team priorities are student achievement, innovative and expanded learning opportunities, parent, family, and community collaboration and engagement, student emotional health, employee training and excellence, strive to controlled classroom. We're gonna have to reword something there. And fiscal solvency. Yeah. So, and Dr. Burke, I hate to say this to you, I appreciate that fiscal solvency is last. Because I feel like the other things, like it's important and it needs to stay.
Oh, I think that was classroom.
But
if we look here, I think it was changed, no class size and feasible. That has to do with control classroom size.
Okay, so this was, it was to.
It was changed eventually to low class.
So it's supposed to be low class size, that next to last one, low class size. When feasible. Trustee Lopez.
Could we merge the first and fourth one, student achievement and emotional health?
I would actually like to keep them separate.
Okay.
Because I think those ones are very, very,
So would it be first and second?
the student emotional health
Could you,
is very,
keep your microphone mute, please?
even if it's. Because that's something that is very, very, let me say, it's something that is very heightened at the moment, where I think we need to have a major focus on our student emotional health. And if we merge them, I think we might use it in the mix. If you wait. I agree.
Yeah.
All right, so trustee Lopez. Okay. All right. We had discussed the employee training and excellence not necessarily being clarified the way that we wanted. And we're looking at how to word with regards to recruitment, retention, training, and support. Excellence is kind of an ambiguous term and doesn't actually doesn't address of those other three factors, the recruiting, retention, and support parts. Anyone else for those items? What about our multilingual nature, like who we are as National City? How do, like, on the one hand, yes, we have Kimball, and we have other classes, but how are we honoring, how are we preparing when it comes to the multilingual makeup of who we are? And it's not on here in any way. I hope, pray for our children to thrive in that space. And I think pulling it like forward could possibly be important for an ad.
Let's celebrate the melting pot.
And
have to, more discussion. Anything else? Yeah. Dr. Brady?
We could look back at our celebrations and observations task force findings and maybe come up with some language around celebrating the culture of our National City community. And that includes multilingualism and, just celebrating the different cultural heritage piece and elevate it so that people are proud of the community.
Also, though we do have a bilingual school, I guess part of it for me is that multilingual component for our learners. So I'm thankful for the celebrations, but what about our education part? What could that, would that look like? I guess is part of what I'm wondering. Well, I don't want it to just be that we bring in 10 culturally different dance troupes, though that is wonderful and cool and honors our kids and our families. What are we doing about continuing to promote those students speaking Tagalog at home? What are we doing how are we making sure that our students speaking Farsi where could we expand as a community and as a school district to honor and incorporate and open up learning opportunities? I don't know what it means, but I don't know what it could mean, but it's one of the things I'm wondering.
That reminds me of being at Sweetwater High School celebration. They have each student come up who speaks a different language and just get up and say good afternoon, welcome, or whatever in their native language. And that's kind of cool. And there could be like 12 to 15 kids going up there.
Dr. Braden?
It veers from this topic, so I want to make sure you're done.
27? Didn't we say we had 27 languages represented?
I think it's more than
It might be more, maybe 2 years ago, it was 27. And so when we discuss that multilingual component for who we are, it's, anyway. Okay, Dr. Brady?
I don't see safety on here represented. I was wondering if that's a board priority.
I would agree. There are a lot of components to that. So we're going to have to break out what all we're talking about with that. Because we are talking everything from physical safety, but also we are talking emotional safety. We are talking about, we're gonna need to say what that means. Because there are a whole bunch of ways and we're like everything from privacy to safety could be IT, safety can be fencing, safety can be so much. Any other thoughts? Dare I say item 9C? Okay. Item 9C is to approve the minutes of the regular board meeting held on December 11th, 2024. Do I have a motion to approve?
I second the motion.
Okay. All right. Any questions? All right. We have a motion to approve by trustee Bettencourt Castaneda and a second by trustee Avalos. Please vote.
Item passes 3 yes, 2 abstain.
Okay. All right. Item 9D. Okay. To approve the minutes of the special board meeting held on December 12th, 2024. Do I have a motion?
I second the motion.
Questions? All right. I have a motion to approve by trustee Bettencourt Castaneda and a second by trustee Avalos. Please vote.
Item passes 4 yes, 1 abstain.
Item 9E, to approve the minutes of the regular board meeting held on January 22nd.
So moved.
I have to abstain.
Second.
Thank you. All right, any questions? Then I have a motion to approve by trustee Lopez and a second by trustee Bettencourt Castaneda. Please vote.
Item passes 3 yes, 2 abstain.
Trustee Sarmiento, may I ask you to step out, please?
And
Thank you.
me too.
Okay. Randomly, for those who are curious, if we weren't at a board meeting, we usually abstain, well, we abstain from the vote because we weren't present to actually have participated in the conversation. So if you're seeing abstentions, just so you know. Anyway.
But she's actually recusing herself.
Yes, the recusing is different.
She has to.
Yeah, recusing is when it's about you. Item 9F, to adopt resolution 24-25.19 regarding the absence of trustee Sarmiento due to illness with regards to the December 11th board meeting. Do I have a motion?
I second it.
Questions? I have a motion to adopt resolution 24-25-19 by trustee Bettencourt Castaneda and a second by trustee Avalos. Please vote. Item 9G is to adopt resolution 24. Oh, sorry, you need to read out. You too. Oh, it didn't hit your vote. My brain. Sarmiento.
She's recused.
It's recused.
Item passes 3 yes, 1 recused.
Sorry, I will be more patient next time.
She has another.
Or she has another, she has
Second
to
one,
stay
you have a
outside.
second.
Oh, you have to stay outside, you have to.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry.
Always walk right there.
Item 9G, to adopt resolution 24-25.21 regarding the absence of trustee Sarmiento due to illness on January 22, 2025. There's a motion.
So moved.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Questions? All right, I have a motion to adopt resolution 24-25.21 by trustee Avalos with a second by trustee Lopez. Please vote.
Item passes 4 yes, 1 recused.
It's raining.
All right, item 9H, to adopt resolution 24-25.22 regarding the absence of board clerk Avalos due to illness on January 22nd, 2025. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Questions? All right, I have a motion to adopt resolution 24-25.22 by trustee Lopez and a second by trustee Sarmiento. Please vote.
And if I swear yes, when you choose.
Okay. Item 10 is educational services. Item 10A is student support services board presentation. Dr. Kraft.
Wait, I,
Oh.
We're missing one, I. Right.
I don't have, oh, I don't have a sticker. Sorry, that was my fault. I apologize, just a moment. Item 9I, approve membership or renewal to the National Association of Latino Elected and Appointed Officials for Trustees. So this is our NALEO membership that as trustees we are able to participate in. The cost is $100 per membership. And so I'm asking if any of us are, would like to be put forward for membership and have the district pay for that. Please let me know.
Yes.
Okay. It comes out of your personal budget, just so you're aware.
Our travel budget or just?
Yes, your board budget, yes. So trustee Lopez, yes?
Yes.
Trustee Bettencourt Castaneda, yes. And trustee Avalos, yes. Okay. We were not sure how many people, so we had to but we can all do the 3 times 100 per. So that will be 3 trustees. So to approve membership or renewal for Cindy Lopez, Maria Bettencourt Castaneda, Barbara Avalos, to the National Association of Latino Elected and Appointed Officials for Trustees. Do I have a motion to approve?
I make a motion to approve. Second.
Questions? All right. Item 9I, I have a approval for, motion to approve for trustee Lopez, trustee Bettencourt Castaneda, and trustee Avalos. And the motion is made by trustee Avalos, second by trustee Sarmiento. Please vote.
And passes unanimously.
Thank you. All right, now item 10, educational services. 10A, student support services board presentation, Dr. Kraft.
Thank you, Board President Gates, trustees, and colleagues on the Executive Cabinet, and Dr. Brady. Tonight I have the pleasure of providing an update on our student services program. It'll be 2 parts. The first part will focus on an update on special education, and the second part will focus on discipline and behavior. The work we are doing for our students with disability, we're excited to share, is allowing us to live our why and illuminate the human potential by positively impacting the world. Okay, and also to you hear tonight how we're being able to provide opportunities with our services and service options that allow our students identified as students with disability to exercise and practice and become the attributes of our National School District Learner Profile. And we do this work in alignment to our sustainable development goals, since we do have a commitment in our vision about world citizens. The work we focus on is, of course, always quality education, but also looking at reducing inequalities and creating a strong, peaceful, and just institutions. Tonight's event will provide you current services and staffing that the National School District has, overview of the Individuals for Education, IDEA, requirements for states receiving federal funds, and the legal requirements for governing discipline from EDCO. So I will move into the first phase and talking about National School District service and service options and our staffing. We offer a continuum of services, the National School District, from the least restrictive to the most restrictive. Our service options are start at general education and can move down to more restrictive. Of course, we always want to be in the least restrictive environment, to the more restrictive mod severe special day class. I am happy to share that based on our recent report from the California Department of Education, we were able to provide 90 to 100% of services that were recommended in the IEPs to identified students in the 23-24 school year. And also to let you know that the continuum of services that we do offer do require our staff to have specialized credentials. Our specialist psychologists, speech pathologists. So I want to give a little bit of a look-see into what that looks like. Currently, there are a total of 3 certificated teaching vacancies. We have 1 mild mod SDC TK. That individual is boarding. That position was vacated by a teacher who provided us the exit interview saying that they were needing to move closer to home. They had an over an hour commute. A second opening is mild mod SDC. That teacher resigned due to the need to take care of family matters. And then our final one is a new class. We do, as Dr. Berg had shared, that we haven't seen an increase in students with disability percentages. And so we've opened up a new SDC TK2 in Olivet. We do have 1 long-term sub position, and that's because the teacher has taken a leave and we are not allowed to create a vacancy that must be in that position. I'm happy to report that our support staff, our counselors, our school psychologists, and our speech and language pathologists are we're not only fully staffed, but they are fully credentialed. And the other thing, and I'll go back to this, that 54% of our current certificated teaching staff have been within the district for 4 years or longer. And this is important to note when I start talking about some of the national and state statistics. As you can see on the other side of the screen, we are doing fairly well compared to our neighbor districts. Our San Ysidro has 7 positions open, and they've had that open all year. South Bay 1 position, 4 positions in La Mesa Spring Valley, and as we talked about, that this is a staffing shortage that isn't just felt here at National, but it's felt nationally. Last year, the National Educational Institute did a study and asked reports from districts across the country. What is, in the upcoming 24-25 school year, basically, where is your most difficult to fill positions? And 74% of them said the most difficult were going to be in elementary schools for special education teachers. And they cited lack of qualified candidates and insufficient applicants. We've seen a bit of that here in National. By the time the 24-25 school year began, 21% of those positions that were open have still not been staffed. And the other issue that has been rising in terms of staffing for this for programming is retention. There is an issue of retaining student special education teachers. 50% of special education teachers leave the field in 3 to 5 years. That's on national. California has determined that this area is a 5-alarm fire, to quote the research that I was reading. They've seen that not only are we seeing a rise in demand with students who are moving into special education and requiring those specialized teachers to provide the services, but they've seen a decline of about 12% in individuals, candidates getting special education teacher credentials. Many teachers who are in California across districts who are serving in special ed, that it's been reported about 66% are not fully qualified. And that could be they are in the process of getting their credential, but they haven't necessarily met all of the requirements. And then overall in the state, although, it's difficult, but there was an estimated 20% retention rate for special education teachers. So as you can see, a national school district having that 54%, we're doing quite well in maintaining our staff. With that, I'd like to turn this over to Dr. Vargas.
Good evening, President Gates, trustees, and members of the executive cabinet. It's my pleasure to share some of the updates from the most recent annual determination letter, but I'll first start with legal obligations. As you know, we as a district have an obligation to implement a free and appropriate public education. And you'll see here, these items have the legal citations from not only the United States Code, but also the federal register for the laws that pertain to how we implement those laws throughout the country. The second obligation I want to talk about is child find. We have an obligation to identify, locate, and evaluate all children with suspected disabilities. LRE, as Dr. Kraft noted, we have an obligation to ensure that students with disabilities be educated with their non-disabled peers to the maximum extent appropriate. And so this is individually calculated for each student. And so as we move forward in the presentation, I'll be able to share what the state has set up in order for us to meet those targets. We also have an obligation to provide an individualized education program for each student that's eligible. And we are also obligated to provide procedural safeguards to parents and students' rights. So this includes due process and dispute resolution options. And of course, funding and compliance. The district must comply with both federal and state special education laws to receive funding. So if districts are found not compliant, we can run the risk of losing certain funding sources. So California and the California Department of Education has developed the compliance and improvement monitoring system. This system really gives us a roadmap on how we implement those federal and state laws as they pertain to special education. So on your right-hand side, you'll see the State Performance Plan Indicator Guide. The SPPI really tells us what different indicators school districts are evaluated against. And its focus is to evaluate the effectiveness of local educational agencies. It also is intended to measure our compliance with federal law, specifically IDEA, but it has also a focus on equity. So based off of these state performance plan indicators, we have to develop a plan through the SIM process to ensure that we are meeting the targets set forth by the state. So these are the indicators. Those in green are the ones that we are looking at closest because those will determine the level of compliance and the compliance determination for the district. And so the big items here are the statewide assessment, participation, and proficiency, suspension, expulsion rates, and as we noted, the least restrictive environment and placement. So LRE has 3 different categories, indicators 5A, B, and C, and we'll go over those. Some other indicators that we also get measured on, depending on the size of the student population, are the preschool LRE, preschool outcomes, parent involvement, disproportionate representation in special ed, and disproportionate representation in certain special ed categories. Especially, we are also measured on child find and early childhood transitions. Okay. So depending on how we are measured and we place on those indicators, we are then, determined to be in one of these monitoring levels. It ranges from universal, being the lowest level, to targeted, and at the highest level, intensive. Within each of these levels, there is a levels 1, 2, and 3. So you can have a targeted level 1, targeted level 2, or targeted level 3, same with intensive. Depending on the determination for the district, we are then provided with a corresponding support from either the state, or in our case, it would be the South County SELPA, that they provide support in implementing the SIM plan. So where are we at? So indicator 3C is the proficiency rate for students with disabilities against alternative academic achievement standards. So what you see here are the last 3 data points for this item. And you'll see that we have dipped a little bit in the 23-24 school year. We've done an analysis of why that dip occurred, and we noted that we are seeing students who are participating in alternative assessments are participating at a lower rate, meaning we have less students in alternative settings that require more of those supports. So the target for this rate, or for this indicator, was 16% proficiency. And as a reminder, we're just looking at students with disabilities. Yes.
Clarification, are you saying that not all of our, are you saying not all of our students are testing, so we have a smaller pool? What are you, like, clarifying?
Yes, and this is for the alternative assessment.
Okay, so if we have 30 students who can, we're having, not all 30 of them are taking the assessment. We're having a smaller number, therefore our percentage gets may get impacted.
So the percentage may, correct, the percentage may get impacted due to where we're being more stringent in the people who and students who participate in the alternative assessment. As you may know, the state has a 1% rule that no more than 1% of your entire student population can be taking the alternative assessment. And so as a result of that, we were doing a little bit of work as it relates to alternative assessments, who's eligible for those. And so we noted that because of this change in the procedure, how we're identifying students for the alternative assessments, we noted that slight dip in performance for English language arts.
So again, for clarification, which means that the rest of our students are taking
The regular
test.
Correct.
Okay, all right.
On grade level standards, yes.
Just making sure.
However, I do have a shine moment here to share. When it comes to our indicator 3C in math proficiency, we actually met our target. So as it relates to our students who are taking the alternative assessment in math, our target was 8%, and we are at 8.87 for the 23-24 school year. So that's a huge celebration for our moderate severe teachers and the support staff that support them. Another indicator that we are measured, as I mentioned, is LRE. This indicator is looking at student participation for 80% or more in a regular school and classroom setting. So as you can see, it's pretty much stayed the same between the 21-22 school year through the 23-24 school year. The target was 64% of our students being in a regular classroom for 80% or more of the school day. And so what I typically describe this number is to describe our students who are receiving RSP level services. We are needing to increase the students that are participating in the regular classroom for 80% or more. Our target for 23-24 is 64%. It's actually going to be increasing every year between now and 2026. And we'll go over that as well right now. So it's a moving target for us. Another shine moment and area for us is our indicator 5B. This is looking at the rate of students with disabilities who are in a regular classroom for 40% or less of the school day. So this is kind of a reverse indicator, meaning we don't want to grow too much in this area. The target for the 23-24 school year was no more than 15%, and we were found to be at 12.46%.
So we met this target and indicator. Just as a note for for this school year, we cannot have more than 13.5% of our students with IEPs be in a regular classroom less than 40% of the day. Another area of celebration for our district is our suspension rates for students with disabilities. As you can see, there was a significant decrease from the 22-23 school year, where we were close to 3%. And last school year, we were at 1.78%. So this goes to the work of our school administrators who are supporting our students and teachers, and especially with the PBIS teams at the school sites. So that's composed of our school counselors, our school psychologists, and as you know, our teachers are instrumental in making sure that we are supporting students appropriately. And the target for last school year was no more than 2.4%, and we are well under that. Okay. Another area of celebration for us is chronic absenteeism for our students with disabilities. So as you can see, we had over a 12% drop in the students who were chronically absent between 2022 and 2023 and this last school year. So that's another area of celebration for us. And we keep trending down. So again, this is the work of our truancy officer, Mirna Ramirez, as well as our school office techs at the school sites. Our school counselors are instrumental in supporting our students, as well as our partnerships with the FRC and our other community-based organizations. So this is another area of celebration for us. So what does this mean for us? So last school year, when we received the annual determination letter in February of 2024, we were deemed to be at targeted level 3. I'm happy to report that we went down in that pyramid and we are now considered to be targeted level 2, which means we're moving in the right direction as it pertains to our students with disabilities. I'm also very happy to report that NSD is the most inclusive elementary school district in the South County SALPA. So when looking at other elementary school districts, we are the most inclusive.
Thank you. What do we mean by that?
Means that our students who are participating in the general education classroom is the highest for other elementary school districts in the SALPA. Again, as we also noted, we reduced chronic absenteeism by over 12% from the previous year, and we are also not considered disproportionate or significantly disproportionate. So these are the next steps for us. So based off of this data, we, from the annual performance report target, as I mentioned, we are not disproportionate, so we don't not have to develop a plan to identify disproportionality. But we are going to continue to review the 3 key areas, which include academic achievement, school climate, which include suspension and chronic absenteeism, and the big one, least restrictive environment. So looking at the horizon, we want to continue the improvement and ensure that our students are performing both in English language arts and math. As you can see here, these are the targets by year. So in English language arts for grade 4, last school year, the target for English language arts was 16%. For this year, that's jumped up to 17%, and math has also jumped up. So we have a moving target every school year. And in the 25-26 school year, that's going to jump up by an additional percentage point for each subject area. The next area is the indicator 5, which is LRE and mainstreaming. Here are the targets for this year and the years moving ahead. For this school year, our target for indicator 5A, which is in the regular classroom for 80% or more of the day, is 67%. The following year, next school year, that's going to move up to 70%.
These are not our established targets, these are targets we are given.
By the state, correct. And this is part,
Who doesn't sit in our classrooms?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. I also want to bring the board's attention, our preschool indicators, they're technically not part of the SIM process yet, but it's coming. With the changes at the state, many of the indicators that we've discussed in terms of LRE are going to start applying to our preschool populations. And right now, that's not being calculated as part of the math for this, but it's forthcoming. So next steps, increase test performance, increase access to general ed, and increase parent understanding of rights for least restrictive environment. Any questions? I know. I do want to just say our special ed teams and our support staff at the school sites have been doing an amazing job supporting all the students at the school sites.
I think it's really great to hear you say that we don't have as many absentees as we used to have before. So
Absolutely.
that tells me that we cannot be blaming COVID anymore. Even though there's been a lot of illnesses with the adults and children, but our children are still strong enough to come to school.
Yes.
And thank you for the great job you're doing.
No, and it's really, I have to commend the school teams and the administration and the leadership teams of the school sites. They do the heavy lifting and they build the relationships with the community and our parents, and they create warm and welcoming environments where students want to come to school. So it's great work on the school teams.
Trustee Lopez, thank you for waiting.
Thank you. Thank you for presenting. I want to go back to the special education certified physician slide. And I have a two-part question. So there is a vacancy for this moderate severe TK-2 physician in Hollywood, is that correct?
Correct.
And how many students are there in that class?
So there's no more than 14 students in that particular process.
So right now, who's there? What's going on there?
There is a certificated substitute.
Just one?
Mhm.
Could you provide more information on why these groups were put together? TK-2 is kind of vast, and given that age group and that level of understanding, just wanted to hear more about that process.
In terms of the grade span.
Of how this classroom came to be.
So what we do district-wide, we look at the needs of the students and we are responsive to the community's needs. And one of the things that we're noting is that students that are being assessed for preschool are coming in with more significant disabilities, higher level of needs. And so in response to this need, we've created this classroom.
For TK standards currently, does someone need to hold any ECE units to teach TK? Is that correct?
Not in this particular manner. The teachers that are teaching these classes are educational specialists, and they're able to teach grades TK all the way up through high school.
Are these students also being mainstreamed into Gen Ed?
Yes,
Okay. And they also have their support going into these classrooms?
per their IEPs.
Okay, so currently the teacher on record for this classroom specifically, is that a substitute teacher or?
For that particular class is a substitute teacher, correct?
Just in my experience being a kinder to second grade teacher, I think I'm just a little bit concerned about the age level and these students being together, having different abilities and things that they need. So, yeah, I think actually I would love to visit that school site, kind of see how that's going.
And I think another important factor is when it's a non-categorical, the district has an obligation to provide services to our community and the students that live in our residential areas. And so historically, and I can provide the board the data, we have had about a 4 grade level span historically, and part of it is because of the staffing issues. And what you get is if you reduce the numbers, what we've done to be proactive is to actually establish aides that are coming in, and we've made them full-time to provide that support, because we do realize that there is that span, and they never had that prior to that. But what we can, the aides can come in and we can, it's easier to obtain the aides, but those credentials, as I've been showing you in terms of the data, are very difficult. And while we were in the pandemic, we did get a pause that we didn't have the rule that if a substitute came in and did not have the special ed credential, that they could stay longer. However, that has now sunsetted. And now the requirement is if you don't have a credential, you must change your class, you must change your sub every 20 days, which is not good for our kids. And so as we search for those vacancies for that credentialed position, we've we've had a situation where we've had to roll over subs every 20 days. Other school districts have solved that problem by using, contracted and having discussions with their association on how to do it, because it's still technically a vacancy, it's not there. But we haven't gone to that yet. That would be a discussion that Dr. Kevin would have to continue. But right now, we don't have that option. And so all we can do for these kids is give a substitute every 20 days. We do have, as I shared with you, good indicators that our teachers are coming and they're staying. Obviously, we always want the best for our students. So even if you do have the credential and it isn't best for our kids, even if you have the credential and you're not providing the services, we won't settle. And so we will look, even though it is a hard to fill position, and we've been fairly committed to that. So that is the big, component. So we did put a staffing formula for aides. We've increased the aides with RSP. We've increased the number of aides in our mild mod, and we've increased the aides in our mod severe. And that will ensure that our students are getting qualified credentialed teachers. The further you spread it out, the more that you need, these numbers will increase.
Thank you for your response. And just to clarify, the VBA teachers, they don't go into these classrooms, or they do?
That's an additional support.
Oh, okay. So they do go into.
That's on top of what's already established. So, you may walk into a classroom and there may be, additional adult support of 2, plus the established full-time aides of 2, plus a classroom teacher. So you're looking at a 5 to 14 ratio. And so that, allows those services to meet our state compliances. We need the people. And so we looked at and revisited to ensure that the additional support we're doing is having impact. And this year we kind of did a pilot to see how much more support we needed to provide our resource teachers, because we have seen an increase in students with disability percentages. And in fact, I got some feedback. I'm getting feedback from those support staff that it is working. It is, because they've got to collect data. They've got some additional components that are very specialized for the legal compliance that they also have to meet.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Dr. Kevin.
I just wanted to share that just because there's vacancies doesn't mean we don't have candidates. We have interviewed, and in fact, the position at Olivewood, we've interviewed 11 people that have been interested. And I frequently get people who come to me and say, I'd love to be in your district. There's some issues within transferring from one district to another in terms of the tenure, the worry about leaving and getting laid off, coming to a new district, but we've had high interest. We just made an offer to a person on December 13th of 2024 for that job. And unfortunately, he was non-responsive. And later we found out he did take a position in the same district that his wife works. But we have had lots of applicants and lots of people telling me that they want to work here. So we want to be able to, make that happen. And then the other part I wanted to say is that when I started here a few years ago, we did go to full-time aides, 7-hour aides, which we didn't have before. We had AM aides and PM aides, and it was hard to fill. So we were very happy, and we got a lot of praise from not only CSEA, but the community about making full-time aides in the classroom to really help support those needs of the students. And it's been a lot better than previously with having not only the teacher and vacant aide positions, but we have more adults in the classrooms now.
Dr. Burke?
Yeah, one of the challenges with this issue is, and with this matter, I should say, is the increase of special education population over the last couple of years. We've gone from historically 10, 11, 12% in districts statewide. And we are now local, and we were in line with that. We are now over 20%, along with other school districts in our county that we've talked to about this issue. So it's a significant challenge. So unfortunately, and it does appear to be COVID induced. I know we didn't want to talk about COVID, but it does have an impact. The missing education, the missing supports that are in place for young children as our expert kindergarten teachers, first grade, TK, intervene early, close gaps early, get students onto grade level early. A lot of our kids miss that, and as a result, the special education population has doubled. Things to think about along with the additional responsibilities that come with our teaching services is the staffing. That has created a need for additional staff in special education, and that's why you see a new class created. But we are trying, as they presented, we are trying our hardest in the student's best interest to have students in the regular ed classroom as much as possible. Students exposed to the regular ed setting tend to catch up more, tend to have better experiences in school, be happier in school. They also are practicing for life, because I've never been to a special education restaurant, special education job location, special education mall. Once you get out of school, you're in the regular general population, and we need our students having that experience. So it's a balancing act of making sure that our students are getting that exposure to that environment, acknowledging the increased costs that come with special education, and also trying to resolve the staffing around that. It's a very complex issue that's arisen very suddenly and somewhat unexpectedly, and not just at a national city level, it's at a state level.
And a national level. And I also wanted to, and you've probably seen it in the board memo, when I began here in 2018, we were starting to see the benefits of medical technology benefiting the very young who were very ill. Historically, those students would receive education in very alternative settings, but with the advances that we are seeing, and we had actually been told by our SELPA and other leaders in this area that we would start seeing more of those students coming in. And we are. And they're our kids, they live in our community, they're our families. And so we are seeing larger percentage of our students coming in that historically may not have been in our public setting in our classrooms, who are now getting to participate in our classrooms. They do have high needs. And as you know, we've been bringing those LVN components to you, and I've been giving you briefs on the update, but we do have a legal obligation to meet their needs, as well as to support them while they're in their schools. And again, I applaud our support staff. They have done phenomenal. When kids come in, they're kids, and they love them. And it's been very heartfelt to see how integrated they are, because I agree with Dr. Burke in that aspect. But I do want to also celebrate that even though we've had this impact, the state hasn't alleviated the mandates that we need to meet. And I'm pleased to see that we're going in the right direction, because a few years ago, we were in the intensive level, and we needed to really get out of that, because we were only a few levels away from the state coming in and directing our work.
Trustee Lopez? Yes, thank you. For the onboarding, is that still Olivewood, or is that a different school site?
Las Palmas. It's Las Palmas.
Las Palmas. And then I had a follow-up question. So for these classes, are those families from that neighborhood school, or are they from citywide and you recommend them to go to that school for that class?
A few years ago, we came through, that was part of the reason I think we were in intensive. We had the concept of hubs, and they were established well before, probably almost, no, they were there when you were there. Okay. And what was happened is that all of the students were placed in two of our schools, and there were sprinklings of others, but there was an intensity in two of the schools. And students were getting moved around the district because you went where the numbers were, and it was a numbers game. And put that on top of, the aides and trying to fill those. It was a very taxing job, and it wasn't fair to anybody. Not to the teachers, not to the families, and especially not to the kids. So we, with LRE, one of the provisions is that you need to have students educated as close to, if not at, preferably their home school, so they get to be a dolphin their whole time. And so we have moved to the greatest extent possible kids as close as they can be to their schools, to their neighborhoods, so that they can graduate. In fact, we just had a parent tell Dr. Vargas how excited she was that her son gets to graduate, gets to promote and go to school with the brother, and gets to promote from that school as opposed to going around. So we did dismantle the hubs. We transitioned. It's been a few years. I think things are getting used to, because there were schools that never even had those classrooms. So that took some getting used to. It was a change. But now we're pretty, our numbers are increasing, but we are pretty close to making sure that most kids are going to their home school.
Dr. Brady?
Yeah, and I just wanted to add on to that to give a little context, because, 4 grade level spans does seem like a lot in a single classroom. And I think that, that is something that we are trying to navigate by allowing our students to have least restrictive environment and go to their home school. So if we were to look at that class at Olivewood, it is listed as a TK to 2 class. There are currently 7 TK kids, 5 kindergarten kids, 2 first graders, and 0 second graders. In fact, if we were to break that up and hire another teacher and do something we might think of as TKK, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, something like that, that might seem reasonable, that would put 12 students in the TKK, 2 students in a 1, 2, and then 11 students, let's see, we have 4 and 8, so 11 students in 3, 4, and then 11 students in 5, 6. So it makes it tricky when you have only 2 students across 2 grade levels in a single school. So then what happens is those 2 students have to leave their school, go to another school to be in a class, because students deserve to be, in a class where they can work with, other students, be in a small group and things like that. And so it does become a number game. Another option that other districts are doing, when I was in my previous district before national, is they have a different program model. And they have something called learning resource centers, where everybody is a general education student, and you can get pulled out into similar to what we have in resource, but more intensive, depending on your needs. That's not the model that we have here. So, we are looking at increasing our services for students. We were at the hub model. We're now at our homeschool model. We can continue to work with our special education teachers in our educational services department to talk about what could those program models look like. But separating students and having only 2 students in a class of a 1, 2 doesn't always work out. And unfortunately, kids aren't born in batches in the right address. And that tends to be the problem sometimes.
And then that's when you'll go right back to moving every year, because you're going to go to the numbers. You're going to start pulling kids here, there, whatever the grouping is, and then they're going to now get bused over to this school. Oh, and now the numbers change. They matriculated. Now they get bused to this school. Yeah.
So I do have some questions. Thank you for explaining the 1% rule as far as that goes on who may take the alternative test. That helps frame a better understanding, because if you're talking about 21% of our population receiving services, and 1% of our population being allowed to take the exam, the alternative exam that does share information. I need to ask you though, I think it's 2 slides after that one, indicator 5A. I have a worry, and this was one of the reasons I wanted to know who sets the targets. Because I think we have to have a talk with people who aren't in the room sometimes. For the state to set the target, not knowing who's in our classrooms, my concern is this. If they are telling us we need to, reach that 64% or whatever it is, where does student need and their actual evaluation hit the wall? I don't want us to adjust, to reduce minutes, to reduce services ever, because the state said that we have a 64% target or whatever it is. That worries me. I'm not saying that's what we are doing, because I haven't asked the question. But if our trained, involved, sitting right in front of them, day in and day out, educators are saying that a student needs more, we need to give them the more and not be figuring out how to skim things off to meet a number that the state, who again is not sitting in the classroom, says we're supposed to meet. It worries me. It just does.
So I will share that the targets are set by the state. So at the individual student level, the IEP teams determine what's appropriate for the student based off of assessment. That practice is not changing. That is best practice for the individual student. I do want to address something that you mentioned though. It's a fallacy to think that services and location are the same thing. You can provide services in the general education setting, and that would increase our target, and it will not reduce the amount of services a student is receiving.
You're
So,
talking push in versus.
I mean, that's one way of
or-
looking at it, yes.
Okay, you're talking push in versus pull out, and you're talking about the possibility, and also throwing in whether or not they are in a special day class versus in a mainstreaming the general ed class.
Correct.
They're in general.
Or if they are in general, if their placement is gen ed that they're receiving, however they're receiving
Gen Ed
services.
placement with, RSP support.
Okay.
So the service level, the amount of minutes is independent of the location. So when we're writing IEPs, you can write as many minutes, and the location could be general education. And how that looks like from a programmatic model, that obviously would be discussions with administration and our other stakeholders. But it really comes down to an equity and access issue. The research has shown that students do better when they're with their peers. I don't think anybody will say that that's not the case. So why can't we not bring the services to where the kid has a rightful presence and has a right to belong in? That's really what this target is saying. It's not saying reduce minutes. It's not saying increase class sizes. It's not saying that. It's saying meet the kid where they're at.
I have worries. I have a separate worry that's a different thing. I think it's 2 pages after this one. Oh yeah, there it is. As a middle school teacher now. This wording is going to be horrible, and so forgive me for it in the first place. Are our suspension numbers honest? Should there be more? And I'm not just talking about penalization. Should we be suspending more? Are we avoiding it? And I would hope that whatever answer you give me is the same one that I would hear from our teachers. Because teacher frustration over a refusal to deal with discipline is a problem. And I'm not just talking, because we can kind of joke sometimes about when a student gets sent to the office and comes back with a lollipop, you better believe we're going to be upset. We did not send them to get a treat from the office. And we also should not be sending them to be babysat by the attendance clerk. Like, those are things that are real. But are we dealing with discipline in honest ways? Because I know full well, in like my own experience, there have been plenty of times where I have had principals who refuse to suspend a child who needs to be taught what consequences are. Not trying to be cruel, not trying to be mean, but there are consequences for behaviors. And sometimes that consequence is your mom, your dad, your adult have to actually figure out what to do with you for the day while you are considering how you've been acting. Is this honest?
President Gates, I have full faith in our administrators and our office staff, and I 100% stand by this number. And I'm struggling a little bit here because the implication is that we're not reporting data accurately, and that's not the case. I oversee the school office techs. I provide professional development as it relates to discipline practices to our administrators. And so I can full 100% say that this reduction is a result of the great work that our school counselors, school psychologists are doing in implementing a positive behavior intervention system that actually looks at this through a different lens. We're trying to avoid students from engaging in unexpected behaviors before they even rise up. Do we have students that do have continued behavioral needs? Absolutely. Are we addressing those through various needs? Absolutely. I do also want to acknowledge that there is teacher frustration out there. Student behavior, any behavior, can be very frustrating. So I want to acknowledge that as well, but this number isn't zero. So there's suspensions taking place. And so I've had conversations with principals where they call me and say, I don't know what to do. I really don't want to suspend a TK kid with an IEP because, and to be honest with you, is that a punishment for the kid or really for the parents? Right? And so I fully stand behind this data, and I think it's the work that Cece Garcia has done in leading the school counselors and the school psychologists and the principals and the teachers that are part of those PBIS teams.
And I apologize for the use of the word honest. I was not implying that you're lying in the number of suspensions. That is the choice of probably the word honest is out of that. Are we really looking consequences in the face as to whether these consequences are what fits the behavior, not assuming that you gave me false information. So I apologize if that, apologize for the use of a word that would imply a lack of integrity. That's not what I'm asking. In truth, what I am asking is when we are looking at behavior and consequences, is the matchup our best, knowing that children's behavior, I've had too many students who are not held accountable. And my students who are not held accountable, especially when they're hitting 8th grade, it's not good. And it's not good for their future that they do not know what it means to be held accountable. And I'm not, again, talking about rampant penalization for everything. And the PBIS protocols and intervention and counseling services and all of that is imperative, but consequences are as well. And so that's on my radar as far as that's concerned. And as I said, I know it ties straight back to teacher frustration.
So I'd like to be able to address that. I think over the last few years, there have been changes in the law coming down from the state on who can be suspended and who can't. The suspension criteria still remains the same, and I can speak with full truth
that our principals do look at the student. They do take into account an additional component that maybe back in the day people didn't, which is the social emotional. There is a perception that zero tolerance worked and the suspensions worked. The data does not support that. And we have the population that became abusive with. So are these numbers true? They are true, because our administrators do take into account what are the components that would lead to a suspension. And in addition, the teachers have the right to suspend. They have the right in ed code to suspend. So if a student is in the classroom and they feel that the suspension is warranted, they can suspend them out of their class. And if a principal then makes the decision that they're going to let them stay here for a number of reasons, and I can tell you some of the reasons that they would keep them at school: safety, supervision. There are many other factors. And so they may make the decision at that point to keep them in school and to give them work in that, while it is still a suspension away from the classroom. So those things do happen. And again, just like anything else, it's a continuum. It's not black and white, because we know what we saw with the research, that disproportionately affected students who are in our district. And so these suspensions are accurate, and they do report them, and we do report them to the state. So I don't believe that anyone would falsify any of the information or withhold actually putting in what is legally obligated in terms of discipline.
I have a question.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
You are
Trustee Lopez, Mr. Blake. Thank
Oh,
you.
pardon, on my mic. Thank you.
Just to clarify, these are suspension rates for students with disabilities, correct? So what would be like an example with someone with moderate severe, what would be like suspension criteria per se? Are these are?
I see where you're going. So oftentimes people believe that students with IEPs are immune or removed from, the discipline process, and that is not the case. There is a protocol and a procedure in place that indicates that you do have to follow something in case the behavior or the whatever's happening with that student may be related to their disability. And that's the law. And there is a protocol in place to do it, but students with disability are subject to disciplinary procedures accordingly. And they're the same as the general education student. If you, beat up another student, if you bring a controlled substance to school, there's a series of suspendable offenses that can happen. There is variation when we're talking about K-3, because they did see the data that there was so much suspension going on for, defiance or defiance for authority. It was rampant. And again, there were certain populations and certain genders that were identified as that. And so, we put things in place, we look to see how they work out, and then we tease out to see, is this equitable? Is this an equity piece? So when you have a student with a disability, they are subject to disciplinary procedures just like the general education student, just like any other student. If it becomes a repeated pattern, then they follow a procedure to determine if in fact it's related to the disability. The IEP team convenes and they develop some kind of support system or goal system around that behavior if it's related to the disability to resolve it.
Trustee Avalos? What I was gonna say was that I think you were comparing 8th graders because you teach middle school, correct? Whereas there's no comparison to middle schools to our elementary students and age group. So it's, but I mean, it's something that you have to discuss with your district as far as the suspensions go. But I am not in favor of suspending students that often. First of all, there's probably no one at home to be there. And it's up to the parents to be able to discipline whatever it is. But I think our teachers are doing a great job. Most of my families, my cousins, are special ed teachers. My grandson is a special ed teacher, so I know what they go through. And he does elementary school.
Is he interested in the job?
He's got a job. But I know, he's done that, you know, so I know in elementary what they do compared to eighth grade, it's not, you can't compare that to our schools.
Well, 6th through 8th is standard middle school for most schools. I'm thankful that we do not include our 6th graders in middle school because I think they need that one more year of being kids. But I did have a reminder. A tag to Dr. Keppen from earlier. You had mentioned the offer being made on December 13th. One of the things we have to also understand is that a person can't necessarily just take the job. They have to be released by their district, and right now, there's no district out there that's gonna release a teacher in the middle of the year, no matter. And they can actually put a hold on their credential for it if they were to move and leave. So just as a reminder that, like, this time of the year, who we have is kind of who we have, unless we have people who are graduating at this point or things like that. So just as like a point along the way. Dr. Kevin?
You'll hear a little bit more in my section on the internship programs that are out there for people who are going to school to get that credential, and also simultaneously teaching with teaching in a school district. So those are the candidates that tend to have that flexibility to come in mid-year. And the state recognized there was a need in this area, and so they allowed this opportunity to happen where teachers are going to school and simultaneously completing an intern special ed credential.
And we do have a good system here. We have, we provide at minimum 5 hours a week of one-on-one coaching with interns to ensure they're successful, because that also came out of the research that oftentimes when you get uncredentialed, you're not fully qualified teachers, there needs to be a mechanism of support in there. So we have a one-on-one mentor, we have the SELPA, and we also have the county that we make sure our interns get their support. So I think we're a very attractive district in that way.
I have no lights. Thank you for that.
All right, thank you. And now I'd like to bring up, I can't see it. Is it this one? Is it this one? Okay, there we go. Okay. Cece Garcia to continue the second part of our student services presentation.
All right, good evening, President Gates, trustees, and executive cabinet. I'm gonna switch gears a little bit, and the other function of our department where we look at discipline. I'm almost afraid to say that right now.
Discipline is
a very narrow focus.
But it's a positive word.
It is,
Because
yes.
it actually is
Yes.
talking about like
How we support our students.
Yes,
Exactly.
training, and
Yes.
discipline is like what you do to become good at something. So discipline is
Absolutely, absolutely. But the focus will be really narrow today. I know, right? The focus will be really narrow today because I want to address with you the uniform complaint procedure and how it connects to bullying and harassment. So just a couple of things that I'll cover in this short presentation is we'll look at definitions, and we're really looking at education code and how it's connected to the law. Prevention, the actions that are occurring out of school sites to prevent bullying and harassment. Interventions, the steps that are taken when bullying is reported. We'll move into what is called the uniform complaint procedure, and that is where it's more formalized and we're really looking at applying the law. And then I'll have a quick snapshot of the last 3 years of UCP filings that have occurred within our district. And then finally, what we like to call our prevent, support, detect, respond cycle that's connected directly to our PBIS. And as always, we always steep our work into illuminating human potential to positively impact the world. And one of the things that we want to make sure is when we're looking at this uniform complaint procedure, looking at harassment as it's applied to the law, we want to make sure that we are teaching our children to be positive young human beings. And of course, we want to connect them with our sustainable development goals. Our department is very much focused on equality education. Number 4, 10, reducing inequalities, and 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. So what is it? Bullying. There are a couple of things that, let me go back a little bit before I go into that. It's important for us to really actually define bullying and harassment when it comes to the law, because the word itself is very activating. And I'm using the word activating because it activates emotions in each one of us when we hear that word. I'm avoiding the word trigger because that is very different, and we want to make sure that we are aware of that. So I always acknowledge it. I hear bullying and I do, you do react. So we want to make sure that we define it based on the law and how it occurs in schools and how we respond to that. So California Education Code 48900 has a very long definition. So I just took some snippets out that we really want to focus in on. So bullying is defined as any severe or pervasive physical or verbal act by a pupil or groups of pupils directed toward one or more pupils, and it has an effect. And before we go into the effect, there's a term, and there's a legal definition of the term reasonable pupil. We really want to focus in on what that means. A reasonable pupil is a student that can exercise average care, skill, and judgment and conduct based on their age. That's a big piece right there, their age. Along with that, we want to make sure that it does include students with exceptional needs, but it's not limited to them. So, placing a reasonable pupil in fear of harm to that pupil's person or property, causing a reasonable pupil to experience a substantially detrimental effect on the pupil's physical and mental health, making sure that we are defining it as a reasonable pupil to experience substantial interference to their academic performance, and causing a reasonable pupil to experience substantial interference with the pupil's ability to participate and benefit from the services, activities, or privilege at school. So again, I kind of noted the support, detect, respond, prevent, because what we really want to do is it's a cycle. And so the official thing that we need to take into account is our staff are constantly working through this cycle at the school sites. So I wanted to define some other things for you too within that law. You have imbalance of power, which is a real or perceived difference in physical, social, emotional, or mental power between the bully and the victim. So we always see the larger physical student to the smaller student. That is a factor. Other things that we look at when we apply the law is there a social or emotional or learning difference between the pupils, between the bully and the victim? Anything that has to do with those imbalances of power. Pervasive, this means that whatever the unwelcome behavior that's occurring, and again, that's a definition within the law, unwelcome, is repeated over time and focused with the intent to harm. And I think that's where it gets really difficult to tease out, is the intent. Because we do have children, bullying is not a place to make a joke, but we do have children that are like 12 years old and younger. And so I have skirts that are 12 years old. I mean, really, honestly, they're very young children. So we always have to take into account the intent to harm. Is a student intending to harm another student, or are they lacking a skill that we need to teach? And then, of course, severe, the physical, social, emotional, or mental harm can cause fear in the victim and really disrupts their quality of life. So this or that. Is it bullying? Is it not bullying? Again, if we apply the law to it, it's very specific, but it allows us to really think about what the differences are between the two. So bullying, again, remember the intent of harm, targeted, pervasive, severe, and again, the piece, we come back to the law, is the harassment or the bullying is connected to and targeted based on a protected class. For example, disability, gender, those other things. This is not really bullying. There should be a T there. Sorry, a little typo. Isolated acts of aggression, harassment, rudeness, or meanness. Exclusion from a game or a group unless it's intended to harm. Arguments or disagreements. And there you go. So some of the things that we have in place, which are beautifully in place, is some systems that are helping us prevent bullying at this grade level and age level, so that way they can build those skills as they move through their education system and out into the world. So we have two very big actions that we have that are constantly being implemented at our school sites. We have PBIS and we have safety plans. So the way that they're connected is they're promoting positive behavior, and they're also making sure that we're taking student safety seriously and into place at the school sites. So in PBIS, we have, of course, the Tier 1, and this is where we teach them the expected behaviors at school. We have social emotional learning lessons. Our teachers and our counselors provide these lessons with our students. They build those strong relationships with the kiddos in the classroom. Clear expectations and consequences. And consequences could mean many different things based on the behavior, based on the skill level of the student. That's where PBIS always comes back. 2 is the skill. We have restorative justice and, of course, the student learning relationships with each other and with the adults in the classroom. Tier 2 is targeted support. So we might have some students that have very specific needs in terms of behavior, social, emotional, any of those types of things like that. A lot of things that we do is check-in, check-out strategies with counselors and school psychologists as well as teachers, and of course, restorative justice. And then finally, our Tier 3 is our intensive supports, and these are individualized mental health supports, safety plans, and I think I lost my text there, and outside agencies that come in and support our students with mental health. So our comprehensive safe school plans include the California Education Code that I shared with you regarding bullying, and the supports that are required to creating a welcoming environment of safety and support. And there are some goals that are within the comprehensive safe school plan that will address and can address bullying, depending on the school site. And of course, individual safety plans. So if we do have students that are engaging in behavior that may be aggressive or any of those things, it's always good to look to see if the intent of harm is there, those types of things, so the team can really work together on developing a plan specifically to keep the student safe if they're a victim, and to make sure that the student who may be the bully is learning the skills to support their learning. All right, so this is really important because we want to make sure that we have some intervention. So what happens when bullying is reported? And it can be reported by a student, it can be reported by a family member, it can be reported by a staff member. So what we want to do is we want to make sure that they can be heard. We acknowledge that this allegation is serious, and we take it seriously at school sites. So this is what happens. If a report's made at the school site, the school leaders, the principals, will engage in an investigation. And usually what they'll do is they'll start to interview students and staff members to understand what has occurred and understand the circumstances. It's really important to kind of understand and see the picture. The principals will work with staff to create a supportive environment for the students. That's very critical to happen at the school site. As far as safety goes, if a specific safety plan needs to be put in place, the principal will lead the team by creating a plan with that student. And then, of course, consequences, whether the bullying is confirmed or not, the principal will take a look at the situation and apply the appropriate consequences and discipline to that student that may have engaged in the behavior that was either unwelcome, unwanted, aggressive, mean, et cetera, et cetera. So district leaders, we are here to support the school site with resources. Additionally, one of the ways that we can get this information, and this is important for our people that are out in the public, how to do this, is they can report, see something, say something. If they are uncomfortable going to their school leader, uncomfortable going to their teacher, this is a place for us to be able to review. So I know district leadership does review these. They review them often. They address them as soon as possible, and they delegate to the appropriate person for them to be able to support the reporter so they know that they are being heard. So school sites might have some instances and they might need some resource and guidance, especially when it comes to the law and applying discipline and those types of things when it comes to these types of reports. And then we're going to go into the formal complaint process. So if a parent family needs to elevate the complaint, they can do, and that's through that universal, ooh, I'm getting tired. I just noticed it right now. Uniform complaint procedure. All right, so we'll talk a little bit about UCP and this process. We do have board policy on uniform complaint procedures. And one of the things I pulled one little piece out to share with you is any complaint of bullying shall be investigated and, if determined to be discriminatory, resolved in accordance with the law and the district's uniform complaint procedure specified in the admin regulation 1312.2. If during the investigation it is determined that the complaint about the non-discriminatory bullying, so remember we talked about that protected class harassment piece, we want to tease those out and then we want to apply those definitions to the law, is then the principal or designee shall inform the complainant and then they shall take all necessary actions to resolve the complaint. So the first question is always if it's not discriminatory under the law, and if it is maybe not pervasive, intent to harm, some of those other things, the first question should be asked is, can it be handled at the site level? And this is a question that district leaders can ask within that UCP process when a federal or a state law has been violated and needs to be investigated. So we always come back to, has the law been violated and does it need to be investigated? I'll give an example. I received a complaint recently. I called the parent and had a really great conversation, explained the law a little bit. She explained the situations that were occurring. I connected her back with the school site because it wasn't falling within the law of harassment based on a protected class. And once we discussed that, she was really understanding. But what I wanted to let her know was that we acknowledged that the child was feeling the way that they were feeling. Those feelings are real, and we want to address those in safety plans at the school site. And the school site will take care of that piece, and I'll do some check-ins to make sure that that is occurring the way that we expect it to occur. So we always want to kind of ask that question because the UCP process does really go to the letter of the law, if you will. So parent and student can file a complaint with the district office. That complaint is sent to the UCP complaints officer to start that process. And the UCP complaints officer is in our department. One of us. So, and then we always start the process. So the investigation, so the UCP complaints officer will conduct the thorough investigations of the allegations. And the way this is I'm going to kind of go backwards on this slide. There is a 60-day timeline. So when a formal complaint and a UCP complaint is filed and the parent does want to, or the family member does want to move ahead with the full process because they feel a law has been violated, we have a 60-day timeline to respond. And here's what the response looks like. There's a finding of facts. So the Uniform Complaints Procedure Officer will do a full investigation with all the people that have been named in the report, as well as more names that might come out, so more witnesses that might come out. So there's a full investigation. They apply the law to the allegation and determine finding of facts. So it's a written document that the parent family can receive that has laid out finding of facts based on that investigation. Based on that finding of facts, the allegation can be either founded, unfounded, or inconclusive. If it's unfounded, the district may not take action or may do some corrective action with the school site. If it is founded, the district will share actions for correction and kind of work more, that will be elevated to another level. And then, of course, if it's inconclusive, the district may take some actions to make sure to mitigate any of the behaviors and the harmful behaviors that are occurring on behalf of the student. So far, 3 years, looked at information from the last 3 years. There have only been 3 full UCP filings that have occurred. The first one in 2022 was a bullying allegation. One of the minor finding of facts, there were many, was it really came down to one negative interaction between the students, and the resolution was unfounded, and the conflict between the students was not considered bullying based on the law. The second one was 2023. Again, this one was a bullying allegation. It was noted that the interactions between the students were really actually conflicts and not necessarily bullying, because the imbalance of power and the intent to harm and the pervasiveness and the severity were not present. And what ended up happening as a result was a restorative conversation was facilitated with the students, which would be an appropriate consequence for that, those students, plus the other discipline that was applied to the behavior and the conflicts. And then 2024, there's another UCP filing that came through, and again, another bullying interaction. This one came down to the interactions, which were few, were not targeted nor intentional, and again, unfounded, but additional supports were put into place for the student within that PBIS structure, and that has been resolved. So again, we find that most allegations of bullying can be handled at the school site unless it does meet those standards of the law, and then we can do investigations, resolutions, apply the appropriate consequences, use safety plans, and restorative conversations. So just in conclusion, we want to make sure we're continuing to prevent. So safe and welcoming school environments are happening at each of our school sites. PBIS, mental health supports, social emotional learning are the things that are occurring on the daily. We also want to make sure that there's intervention. So school and district leaders will take allegations seriously and will provide safe environments for students. There is a legal complaint procedure that anybody can use if they feel the allegations are in that violation of the Ed Code. And so there's always, it comes back to the same thing, is providing a resolution for the student's safety and making sure that they feel supported in their school environment. And then, of course, ongoing monitoring. So district data is constantly used to improve programs, support, and prevent bullying district-wide. So just a quick little screenshot of our report something. These do come to our district leadership. They review them and then determine if it falls within UCP, bullying, harassment, those types of things, and those will usually work their way to our office, so that way we can support our kiddos. Okay, I'm a big John Steinbeck fan. And the reason I chose this is because really it comes back to that positive culture of care we have at each school site and making sure that our relationships are tight with our students and our families, our community members, and our teaching staff as well as our other staff. Because if we understand each other, we'll be kind to each other. It's pretty straightforward. All right, any questions? Did you see I'm not running away when I said any questions? I'm notorious for that.
Trustee Dr. Castaneda.
I don't have any questions, I just wanted to say. I just wanted to say thank you to the three of you guys for all your information tonight. I know it's tough to be up here, but I think that it's important information to deliver. But as you know, our kiddos are very important to us. And I know that Trustee Bates, when they get to her, it's not that it's too late, but it's important information. It's important for their behavior to be addressed. So we want to make sure that we're doing our jobs when they're in our care, that we want to do the best we can. So when we send them off to, as you guys already know, when we send them off to the middle school and high school, we've done what we can, and we've delivered everything possible to ensure that when they leave us, they're in the best hands, and we can ensure that we've done all that we can do, and we have give the tools to whoever we can do, whatever to the best of to our ability. So again, thank you, and we appreciate all. I appreciate all that you guys do, because it is a difficult task, and I commend you for all that you do, and I know that we've kept you very late, so I won't continue talking, but again, thank you so much for all that you do, and I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. It is a work of love, for sure. Trustee Lopez.
Thank you again for presenting. I have a wondering, how is this information given to parents? Are they also like a workshop, or how do you communicate all of this? Because this is really useful information for parents to know and report and just be aware of.
100%. I agree with you. We haven't developed a system other than our annual notification when it talks about uniform complaint procedure. I find that even the term uniform complaint procedure can be a little confusing because we are a district that has students that in uniforms. So it seems a little, but it's connected back to the ed code. So one of the next steps is really thinking about how we can provide this information for families in a way that is comprehensible, as well as salient and understandable to them and their families, and at the times when they can come, because that's going to be the big part. So I will be working with Dr. Vargas and with Dr. Kraft and really kind of coming up with a way to enhance the annual notification with maybe some workshops for families. And it could be done at the school sites. We haven't laid out exactly what that looks like, but we know it's an important component. Dr. Brady.
I just wanted to make sure the board is aware of our UCP board policy, and that's 1312.3. We have both a board policy and an administrative regulation, and those are given to our parents in those every year at the beginning of the school year. So those are sent home. But again, making sure people see them, read them, know how to locate them is always a challenge, but we do have policy on that.
Trustee Blanco Castaneda.
I believe it's usually part of their packet when they, once they hire registration packet. Yes. Registration packet, correct. Okay, I would read that in entirety. I'm one of those. So, okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this one. I appreciate the intentionality, and I appreciate the careful definitions that you've provided, because I know that that's often what we run into, is that the definition stands in our way, and the definition can be as frustrating for us as it can be for the parent who is trying to get us to do something for their student. Like, one last thought, that we often run into, please encourage your children to let us know. Because very often, I have had parents tell me that something has happened repeatedly, and I didn't even know it happened the first time. Something that's happened out on the playground that, I'm not on the playground, or something that has happened, at lunchtime. Well, I'm not at lunchtime because like I am also eating lunch. And sometimes that happens, and so, we then end up with a child who is hurt or traumatized, and parents who are rightfully upset, and we weren't even aware. So please, encourage your kids to help us help them out. But thank you very much for this tonight.
You're most welcome. Thank you.
Any other questions from me?
Okay, see if you're running away.
All right, it is 9:25. We still have things to do. I am going to ask if we would like a bathroom break.
Yes, please.
Okay. So we're going to have a bathroom break. It's 9:26 now. I believe it's 9:32. That'll be 6 minutes, me 6 minutes.
I'm going all the way.
Okay. Thank you for the time. 10B, to approve updated 2024-2025 school plan for student achievement for all schools. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion to approve it.
Second?
This is Exhibit B, Dr. Kraft.
Yes, this was pulled at the last meeting because of the data insertion of the most up-to-date data. So this was pulled from the last meeting because of the automated data insertion for the most updated data. So we did have the principals go back and update their analysis to match the data. So now it's ready for approval.
It was pulled because of what is automated what?
We have, maybe you can hear Miss. Oh, they weren't, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. So we have a DTS, a document tracking system in which the principals build these, they're pretty comprehensive, you see them, reports. And one of the features that they provide for us as part of our contract is when the state data comes, and we really can't tell when, they will automatically pre-populate it. It came earlier than normal. And the principals had just finished it and gone on break. And then the data got pre-populated. And when we checked it for the board, we realized that the new data was in there, but the analysis is from the old data. So we just had them go back, complete it so that you have the most up to date. And we also wanted them to have time to review that with their school site councils. So every one of them did have that opportunity.
Any other questions? All right, I have a motion to approve by trustee Avalos, a second by trustee Lopez. Please vote.
This is unanimous.
Item 10C, to approve CT 4267 with Hey Tutor Inc. to provide tutors for after-school learning. Exhibit C, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Right, Dr. Kraft?
Yes, this would be funded for ELOP. As you know, we've been expanding our intervention program in the after school. This is not in lieu of our teachers, as I've shared multiple times. We want our teachers and we offer them every time we have a session for ASL, after school learning. We send it out to them first and encourage, plead and beg and get the ones that are able to do it. And so when we were reviewing the ELOP budget, thank you, Trustee Lopez, we started doing an analysis. We are in arrears with our ELOP funds, and the portion that we would be using for Hey Tutor needs to be expensed by September 30th. And if it doesn't, we would be sending that money back to the state. And so we would like to bring the Hey Tutor program in, and we would like them to work with our youngest learners in smaller groups to get those foundational skill set. They'll be working with and we'll ask teachers to do recommendations in our after-school program. And then, of course, basic numeracy, also in the major standards in our primary grades.
Trustee Lopez.
Yes, thank you again for this program, for the after-school programs. I did want to ask, just because I've also seen it kind of be a theme in other districts, talk about returning funds if we don't use them. How are we in using the remaining funds that we have in the arrears?
We're going to spend everything. We went through it after we started going through, and we want to be prudent so that we don't overspend at the beginning. And then as we start looking at the window within 6 months, we start planning the expensing out of that. And so what as I shared with you in our meeting, we try to cushion it so that we're in arrears, so that if programming has to stop, it is not abrupt. That doesn't serve kids, teachers, or anything. And we have a year of transition, and that's good planning for an educational system.
Are we looking to add any additional support for these students or anything else, any other after-school programs for the year, this year?
We are constantly looking up, Mr. Sanchez is speaking. We want to bring in some more, as I shared with you, like folklorico, some more of the arts. We look at the after-school program in preparation of bringing passion to the kids, where they can do what they're passionate about. And so, we are in contact with a couple of individuals, another for the computer scientists that are going to be there with the coding.
We are also having conversations with the San Diego Foundation. Actually, I think I have a meeting next week with them where we're gonna talk about how they might be able to help us with some of connecting our community with the community, which we think will be very powerful. And actually, one of our parents works for the San Diego Foundation, and she's a wonderful advocate for Lincoln Acres and their students. So she's going to help facilitate that conversation.
Any other questions? All right, I have a motion to approve CT 4267 by trustee Lopez and a second by trustee Sarmiento. Please vote.
Item passes unanimously.
All right, item 11 is human resources. 11A is to approve the 2025-2026 school year work calendar. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Dr. Kevin.
Each year we come to the board for approval for the following school year calendar. And this year, well, we follow, just like last year, we're following the Sweetwater Union High School District calendar. This year we are changing our parent conferences to 2 weeks after the last year's calendar. So that's going to be 3 weeks after the fall break. That's the only change this year, but for the most part, it's following Sweetwater.
Thank you. Trustee Bettencourt Castaneda.
Thank you. Since this is the first year, we actually start on a Wednesday. So this is going to be the second year we have this calendar. What kind of feedback did we get from like parents and so on? It sounds like the conferences was something that maybe we got some feedback on that may have been something that was of concern. Is there anything that we got any positive, negative feedback that we may have heard? I know that many years ago, this was something that was requested, and now that we have changed it to the middle of the week, have we heard anything?
I have heard positive feedback. I haven't heard anything negative, but one of the things we did was we pulled the attendance for that first day for the last few years, and last year had the highest, not too much, but it had the highest percentage of all the years we looked at on the first day.
I know that was of concern, was the attendance because of the siblings having to take care of the younger siblings or vice versa, of them not being able to be in attendance. So our children were going to be not in attendance, and it was going to affect our attendance, right? So it doesn't seem like it affected us. So it sounds like that's good. That's a plus for us because of us being, our elementary schools in the Sweetwater school, it'd be.
Right, and we'll pull the attendance again this year to kind of compare each year to see what percentage our students are coming. But last year we had, like I said, the highest percentage as we compared starting on a Monday in years past.
Well, that's good because many teachers had asked for that Wednesday start, and it was, a good thing that we attempted it and we had good results. So attendance was of concern and we got good results. So I'm happy to see that. So thank you.
Any other questions? All right, I have a motion to approve the calendar by trustee Bettencourt Castaneda and a second by trustee Sarmiento. Please vote. Item 11B to approve CT 4265 with National University. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Dr. Kevin?
This is a contract with, or an MOU agreement with National University to be able to employ interns that they have within their program. They have intern programs with special education, administrative services, school counseling, and school psychology. Not very many institutions offer this intern program. I think there's probably like 4 in San Diego County that offer this opportunity for people who are willing to work and get their credentials at the same time. So this would allow us to partner with National University for paid internships. This was a little bit confusing because the entire county has an MOU with National University. So we would always hear like, oh, we all, can participate with National University. But when it came to these two particular pieces, the real partnership was teachers taking courses at National University, which is the county agreement. But we came to the board with this agreement for approval, specifically for these two pieces, for B and C.
Trustee Lopez.
Yes, thank you. Upon reviewing the contract, I couldn't find the term. Would this start automatically or next year? What does that look like?
They're usually multi-year agreements. They're either 3 to 5 years. And so when we do an agreement with any MOU, it's always multi-year. Yeah, so.
Effective date.
Where is it? Sorry.
No, it references the date. Is there a page missing? Like a cover sheet? Yeah, the term references a date.
I don't know if that would be added or.
The start date is effective of the last date of the signature.
Which is?
The date of the last signature, which would be, it usually takes us approximately a week for it to go back and forth between the two organizations. We tend to sign second when we can, and then that makes it effective at that date.
I will say that Dr. Burke reviews every MOU and contract, and he had very positive things to say about this one. One of the best written. So
yeah, there's a lot of it's written very fairly and with indemnification well described, and everything in it, the terms and conditions in the agreements are very clear. The date, in terms of the end date, though, I think we can work to clarify the end date.
Yes. I have other questions.
But there is that issue of no dates, so we, I am at a loss as to what to do when we don't have dates.
Do we need to table it and bring it back?
if that's what the board would like, I could do that.
That just feels.
Yeah, I know, and usually in other documents too, it has allocation, where pocket of funds are we using for this, and then also how many number of interns. I think I would like to see more clear numbers of what.
So this is not a program that we are hosting. This is, we post a position and anybody can apply for that position. I can say that everyone in California wishes to have somebody that has a full credential, so that's our priority. So the funds would be the same funds that we use to pay any other teacher. It's general fund. So they would be coming on as a teacher in our district.
And you would have to approve that separately.
Right. There's not a set number. It's depending on how many vacancies we have and then how many of these candidates would be selected over alternative candidates.
So if we did implement this and we had two candidates from National University, we have two vacancies, they could potentially fill this position with this contract.
And just providing background, we're educators, so a credentialing year learning at a university takes about 1.5 years. So that means that these interns, would they start with us in their first semester of learning, or would they go in their second semester? I was also an intern credential teacher, so I know how hard it is to have your classroom and then have someone, and I take classes on top of that. So I'm a little weary of hiring these intern teachers, knowing that we have the most vulnerable positions available in our SPED.
The only other option is to have substitutes in there if we don't have interns and we don't have candidates. So, for the interns, they have the desire to want to be a special ed teacher for whatever reason, and they're going through the program. We have 2 interns right now that are finishing their 2nd year, so they were with us last year. We have another one, so we have 3 interns right now that we've had for the last 2 years. And Cody, you approved today, he's gonna be another intern from Alliant University. We already have an agreement with them, so he's going through that process. So that'll make 4 interns that we have. 2 will be finishing this school year. And then we could potentially have 2 more with the 2 vacancies that Dr. Kraft spoke about.
What is their salary? Are they based on the same staff schedule as a regular teacher?
So just like any teacher, depending on the transcripts that they bring us and the units that they have, they are placed appropriately. You know, obviously they'd be in the BA column because they don't have a credential. I suppose it's possible they would have a master's degree potentially, maybe BA master's but no credential. So it really is individualized. Any teacher that comes to any district, you look at their transcripts and look at what accredited units they have to be added to the salary schedule.
And then my last question is, we're also paying for the supervisor who will be coaching them. Is that correct? That was in the contract?
We currently have our own. They have like a supervisor themselves, and then we have Cece Garcia, who you just saw present. She helps coach, and then we have another coach that we have from the SELPA.
We've been bouncing a little bit tonight, I'll just say. So Dr. Kraft, I have a light for you, and then Dr. Burke. Oh, but I also have a light for trustee Van Cortese. You'd rather them go first. Okay, Dr. Kraft and Dr. Burke.
Yes, so trustee Lopez, part of when I was doing the research regarding kind of the state patterns with special education, I did delve into that this is one of the big state initiatives to draw individuals into the field, and they've been pouring quite a bit of money into it. So although it is challenging, but the benefit, and it's really is targeted for those hard to fill areas. But basically the student or the intern can walk out with a credential fully paid. But part of that grant, I believe they actually get additional funds to start up the classroom and to do it. And it's part of the incentive that I think they began in 2021. Because of the numbers, and they are starting to see an uptick of it. And with the structure that they've put into place, the mentoring, the university support, all that, it is hard, but people are getting through. There are some individuals who don't take courses, and then HR, unfortunately, would terminate. You have to complete, what you promised in doing. I did have one question in terms of the contract, only because I've seen university ones because I've worked on it. But in the first sentence, effective of the date of the last signature indicates the commencement date. And then if you look at the term, it states that termination would be done by either party within 30 days. So I don't know if that is sufficient in terms of me. On the top,
that's also what was going to be my point of emphasis. That the ending of the term, it can terminate whenever either party decides to terminate it. And with 30-day notice, and what we typically do in our process is renew these. This is a no-cost contract. We're not paying national. And national's not paying national. So that would be the type of contract that our district renews for 3 years and then reviews again, and potentially updates the contract and changes it. So it would be a 3-year term, but we can cancel it anytime with the 30 days notice. And also it's important to remember if there are concerns with the intern, that person can also be removed immediately. That was one of the real plus points that I saw in it. That, sometimes a university contract will have some kind of like a coaching agreement. They'll get multiple strikes or things like that. In this one, it's clear that if it's not working, that and for no reason other than we say so, then we can terminate that person's employment in national. Or internship, I should say. Internship, not employment.
Trustee Van Cortese.
Okay, so for that reason, does that
is that why we don't have an indication of the financial impact on there? Because
Yes, the financial impact is really null because we're not paying them, they're not paying us. If there's a vacancy, that's already budgeted. We have a budget for every vacancy that exists in our district. If we haven't been able to fill a position, there's money waiting for that position to be filled and then paid. And so in that case, it's really a non-fiscal impact because we're just paying what we would have paid any other person. So there's no fiscal impact that's different than had we hired somebody. So in terms of a contract, there isn't a fiscal impact.
I think that maybe we could, maybe going forward and at a future board item, we can put that in the body so that way it's a little bit more transparent because we are gonna pay a salary at some point, but it's not spelled out as clear because there will be down the line a financial impact, but once we hire somebody, but at this point with us signing this contract, it's not, but eventually there will be.
In number 6, on page 2, it discusses, I agree. I think we can clean it up.
So to be transparent on the body, somebody has to pull out the contract to be able to see something in detail, but if we were to see, because it's a contract, just to have some clarity.
And also just wanted to let the board know that by approving this contract doesn't mean we may not hire anybody in this role at all, because we may have credentialed teachers and we don't have a need for this. Really, we don't seek the interns, just to be clear. They see our posting, they apply, they list their intern credential status with the university, and then it's up to us to determine whether or not we want to interview them. And yeah, if we had credentialed people, then we would pick them, or everybody interviews and we pick. This isn't tying us to a person or a position or anything like that. It just gives us the options. If we do have a candidate that comes through, we could consider them.
And there isn't a fiscal impact to the district, but it's kind of like money does pass through the district for the supervision of an intern. So the university actually pays one of our employees to have supervisory coaching. And it's not really a fiscal impact to us because it's money coming through us, but it's not hitting our bottom line. It's money they give to us and we pass it immediately on to the employee. So again, it's not a fiscal impact. It's spelled out in the contract, but perhaps it could be spelled out in the board item.
We'll talk about it in the next one.
So I think that, I'm not the maker of the motion, but as a second, I'm comfortable with us to continue with it. I know that the dates were a question, but I think that we got clarification. Are you guys okay with us moving forward with it? I'm okay with it, because I think it was a little bit more, it was clarified. Is everybody okay with that?
It's based on renewal.
Yeah.
The fact that it's a renewal contract.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? All right, I have a motion to approve CT 4265 by trustee Avalos and a second by trustee Bettencourt Castaneda. Whew, please vote.
Item passes unanimously.
Okay, I have 11C to approve CT 4266 with National University. Do I have a motion?
The motion to approve. I second the motion.
Dr. Keppen?
This is another contract similar to the ones we have with other universities for teaching and fieldwork and or practicum hours that they're required to do with their university. And for student teaching, we have to have so many hours in the classroom, and we've had great teachers step up to want to be that master mentor teacher for the candidates that are coming through. We have, like just this week, I'm looking for a mentor teacher for a student with Western Governors University. So it's very common to have this practice where we contract with universities. We have 13 universities that we contract with to provide this service to those students.
Any questions? All right. I have a motion to approve CT 4266 by trustee Bettencourt Castaneda and a second by trustee Avalos. Please vote. All right. Item 11D is to conduct a public hearing regarding the initial proposal from the National School District to the National City Elementary Teachers Association for the 2025-2026 school year. I'm opening that hearing. We will now conduct a public hearing pursuant to Government Code Section 3547 regarding the initial proposal from the National School District to the National City Elementary Teachers Association for the 2025-2026 school year. The board will now hear comments from any members of the public who wish to speak on this matter. Okay. As part of this hearing, we will make a brief statement.
Last month, we did a public hearing to hear the proposal for our NCETA partners. And this time we have a proposal from the district. These are the articles that we wish to address in negotiations. And after this, if the board approves, we will be able to commence negotiations.
Members of the board have comments or questions?
Could we include Article 15, is that salaries? I would like to see that discussion, or actually be one of our priorities from the board with our teachers. Is that, I don't know if that's the right article. Article 15?
Yeah, the district usually does not propose Article 15 because we usually seek the request from the union and then we respond. But if the board would like me to add that, I can. We don't. They sunshine that, so that allows us to discuss salary. So I don't know how the board feels about that. If you want me to add that, that would mean that we would then propose first. Or we would have a proposal to give instead of respond.
They already opened that article, right? They already opened it. And then.
Thanks for clarifying.
Right.
Okay, so we're waiting, does anyone, I'm not even sure how we do that one. Is that a motion to add? But we were already in the middle of the hearing, so that's not. Okay.
Could you actually read this exhibit just for people watching online?
Sure. 2025-2026 successor proposal presented February 12th, 2025 from National School District to National City Elementary Teachers Association. The National School District submits the following contract proposal to the National City Elementary Teachers Association for the 2025-2026 successor collective bargaining agreement negotiations. Please consider this document for public notice provisions according to Government Code Section 3547A. The National School District desires to commence negotiations as soon as possible after completing the public notice provisions. The district would like to focus negotiations on the following articles. Article 3, preschool. The district will propose language that aligns to the California State Preschool Program, CSSP, and Head Start compliance obligations. Article 4, consultation. The district will propose language to align the consultation process with state law. Article 6, hours of employment. The district will propose contract language to include instructional minutes for TK, define, and monitor occasions. Article 10, class size. The district will propose language to clarify mainstream language to ensure alignment to legal requirements. Article 11, evaluation. The district will propose language to improve the evaluation template, clarify evaluation language and timelines. Article 18, effective agreement. Effect of agreement. Let me slow down on that one. The district will propose a 3-year term. Article 19, special education. The district will update language on planning, report writing, and testing. Article 22, summer school. The district will propose language that aligns to extended school year requirements. Article 24, support personnel in STEAM. The district will propose language that ensures parity with other articles. We do not always read things out because they are provided in the agenda, but per request. We are still at public hearing. Do we have any other comments or questions? Okay, hearing none. I'll close that hearing. Thank you. Item 11E is to adopt the initial proposal from the National School District to open negotiations with the National City Elementary Teachers Association.
Motion to approve.
Dr. Kevin, you've just spoken to this, but. Okay.
With approval from the board, this would allow us to commence negotiations. We are scheduled to begin negotiations on February 21st as our first day. And if the board approves, we can move forward.
Any questions? All right. Motion to adopt the proposal by trustee Avalos, second by trustee Bettencourt Castaneda. Please vote. Item 12 is this, oh, sorry, I am really jumping you. I'm sorry.
I did.
My brain. Item 12, business services. 12A, facility and safety update.
Do we want to table this until?
How about I mention one thing I think it's important? If there's one thing that's timely that I'd like to discuss here briefly is that I know that we have in our community concern about rain. It's raining these next 2 days. We have some PTSD around rain in our district from all the damages and waiting. The crews were out on Monday before the rain started, sandbagging key areas of the district to make sure that we were ready. And in addition, there was one more thing I want to say about the rain. It's only rain a third of an inch today. Tomorrow is half an inch. When we had that rain event, it was 4 inches in a couple hours. So I believe we will potentially have leaks like buildings do when you haven't had rain in a year. But I believe we will make do this event fine.
Quick question, did they clean up the culverts?
Yes, I did check the Las Palmas one. It was good.
Any other questions? Thank you.
We'll get a full report next board meeting or at a future board meeting.
Okay, we'll put it on to the second February. Okay. Continue, to be continued.
Item 12B, amend CT 4047 with San Diego County Superintendent of Schools for the use of real property, Exhibit D. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Dr. Burke.
This is an amendment. This is an existing contract that we have with the San Diego County Office of Education. The first year, it's kind of a grace period on some of the things that we were, some of the financial issues. They put a lot of capital investment into that property. So we were kind of giving them a grace year on some of their supply and custodial services. They invested several $100,000 into that facility. Now that we're into the contract farther, we want to make sure that we're accounting for the time being spent cleaning it. So we are now starting to charge on a daily basis for custodial services. We're ensuring that we're capturing any funds for paper supply and other supplies that they're using at that facility.
Questions? All right, I have a motion to amend CT 4047 by trustee Bettencourt Castaneda, a second by trustee Lopez. Please vote.
Item passes unanimously.
Item 12C, to authorize the Assistant Superintendent of Business Services to advertise for projects at various school sites. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
I second.
Dr. Burke?
Yes, there are two sites that have not either had fields installed or not in progress or approved already, and that would be the two sites that you see here. This will complete National School District's field renovation and improvement project that we've been working on for a few years now. And also the preschool center installation of their playground structures is being prioritized and moved forward so that this can happen ASAP to get those facilities in for the kids.
Questions? All right, I have a motion to authorize by trustee Bethencourt Castaneda, second by trustee Avalos. Please vote. Item 13 is board cabinet communications, trustee Lopez.
Yeah, thank you. We're almost done. So thank you to our students, our families and staff for joining us in person and over Zoom, if you're still here with us. First, I want to say Happy Black History Month. This is the month of February where we honor the impact and contributions and history of African Americans in our community. And this month specifically, I loved teaching my students about Ruby Bridges, who was the first kindergarten, girl, African American girl who integrated after the segregation in a result of Brown versus Board of Education of 1954. And it is her bravery that reminds us that all of our students are capable of making an impact in the world. And Mrs. Bridges is still alive. So she still lives in her small town, or her hometown of New Orleans, Louisiana, where she first took that step to enter that classroom. So just wanted to remind our students that you can change the world. And also happy Love the Bus Month. Thank you to our bus drivers for safely transporting students. We appreciate you this month and every month, of course. Thank you to our Kimball students. Shout out to Ariana and Alicia for being here, presenting to us. And congrats again to Flor for being our Shine volunteer. And congrats to Ruby. Thank you for loving our children. Thank you for your yes. And thank you also, or welcome to our certified and classified employees. Thank you for joining our team. And I also had the opportunity to visit classrooms at our Harbison, so it was great to spend that day or that morning with our trustees and shifts and our superintendent. Gotta throw that out there. And then I also wanted to mention that 2 weeks ago, I co-hosted a Know Your Rights workshop with Alpala, the San Diego chapter. And we had several community members attend and hear from the immigration attorney. And I understand there was a miscommunication about the location not being listed. And it was in an effort to keep things safe, where we were asking attendees to first register to receive the location. There will be other similar workshops that I believe Dr. Brady will be sending to our families and students. There's some hosted by the San Diego ACLU virtually in Spanish and English for families who are still wondering what those rights are, given our current administration, who are seeking those resources. And just like Dr. Burke mentioned, it's rainy season, so we need sandbags. The city is providing that. And I hope everyone has a fabulous 4th day weekend. Thank you.
Trustee Sarmiento.
Thank you. I concur with a lot of what was just being said without repeating it. But I do want to add that the sandbags are available at the fire department. And there's 2 different locations in National City. Also, just one last thing. Every day when I'm driving my grandkids home from school, I pass by Lincoln Acres. And I've been watching the field as it's been taking place, and they're just oohing and ahhing. And they go, well, how come we didn't have that? Well, they're older now, but, but just their little brother is the only one that can take advantage of Palmer Way. But it's coming along nicely. It's looking beautiful already. And I can't wait till they're all done. I want to get pictures of every single one of them, post them on Facebook, and let the world know what we're doing. Yeah. Thank you. That's all I have.
Trustee Bettencourt Castaneda.
Thank you. I concur, and I have to hear that too, because my kids are like, how do we get? And I think I shared that the last time, and I said, oh, we'll wait till you have kids, which that, who knows how long that's gonna be. Anyways, I also had the opportunity to visit Iron Harbison with with Trustee Lopez, and we got to visit the Littles, and also with Mr. Hernandez, invited us to the Super Bowl, I wouldn't say party, but it was very, very engaging classroom. So it was, if you haven't had a chance to go into her classroom when she has those events, you have to go. Yes. Speak to Dr. Brady because she will definitely get you connected. Wanted to congratulate the Kimball students for their presentation. Very well-spoken students, and those parents need to be very excited for their students, their goals that they have set for themselves, and very attainable because I know our students can do it. Congratulations to Floyd for her volunteer of the month acknowledgement. I always mention it's so rewarding to be able to give that award every month. And Ruby's Sepulveda, she was my oldest son's preschool teacher, and he's going to be 25 years old. She doesn't even look like she's that old to be able to have been one of his preschool teachers. So, and she's so passionate, as you can tell. I'm very appreciative of her award. So, congratulations to her and her family and her students. I'd like to also welcome our new employees, and it was very exciting to see most of them here tonight. So thank you for being here, and it's exciting to see our new employees here. I would like to thank again Dr. Kraft, Dr. Vargas, and Ms. Garcia here this evening, and presenting here during this very tough presentation. It's not always easy to answer all of our difficult questions, but know that we're very passionate about what we do as well. So thank you for what your presentation this evening. And I want to apologize, President Gates, because I did say trustee and I have no disrespect. So I wanted to acknowledge that and apologize publicly for having had said trustee. I caught myself afterwards, and I just wanted to apologize. I wanted to say happy early birthday to Trustee Lopez, who celebrates, it's the 19th. So I'll try to program that in my head. So happy early birthday. Hope you celebrate and very with your family and have a good day. And I wanted to let everybody know we have a 4-day weekend. So please do not report to work in school on Friday or Monday. We will have an empty building. So enjoy, and it'll be great because it'll still be raining on Friday. So enjoy your time, but also happy Valentine's Day to everybody, and enjoy that with your loved ones, and have a good evening.
Trustee Avalos.
Well, as everybody knows here, my heart and everything goes to Kimball School, although I do like all the other 9 schools, don't get me wrong. I really do. I do know other children that go, but because I went to Kimball School, that is my favorite school. But anyway, you know, I'm very proud of our educators and our principal, the fact that it's a dual language school. And it's very good because I know their parents want their children to learn Spanish, and they should learn 2 languages. It's too bad we don't have dual languages in other schools. I don't know if that's possible to have in the near future, like maybe next year or something. or as soon as possible, maybe. Because I think we really need that in other schools as well. But being at Kimball School, I'm very glad that it's there. And as we heard the children speak in English, very well said, and also in Spanish. And they have their goals already of what they want to be, what they want to do. We've got to give credit to the educators and to the principal who has encouraged these children. And, you know, you can do it, you're going to do it, si se puede. I mean, what Mr. Rodriguez's daughter wants to be the president. Who knows? She announced it here. So,
Track that child.
so we gotta track, that's right, you know, her first announcement was here, school, at Campbell School, National City, California. Who knows? And, of course, I want to volunteer say thank you for all the volunteers that are here. It's very hard, it's difficult for them to come. And they'll have their heart and passion to come and volunteer at our schools, which I think is great. I did that at one time too. And of course, our, welcome our new employees. And thank you, President Gates, for your presentation from the CSBA. It was quite a great presentation. Thank you, Mr. Burke. Also, you always give a great presentation. And Mr. Vargas did a great job with, and what was that lady's name? Mrs. Garcia? Mrs. Garcia, she did a great job. I also was able to go to Ira Harbison with our president, Ms. Gates here. And I thought it was great. She really has everything right in order. I mean, you're gonna do this, and then you're gonna make these pins, and then you're gonna go over here, and I mean, they followed instructions like you wouldn't believe when she said, you know, she didn't have to say it twice. They had to tell us twice that it was over, but that's the children, you know. But, and then, we came down here after the presentation there, after the visit in Ira Harbison. And then we came back to our workshops. Shamala, thank you so much for your presentation. I know you do a lot of work on it, and you're very well prepared at what you're saying. So I think that's great, because you know exactly what you're doing, and that's great. So anyway, like Mrs. Bittencourt here says, happy Valentine's. Happy birthday, Cindy. And if our president has difficulty in buying cakes, I'm more than willing to help. Did you have a difficulty in buying cakes?
Not today, because I had space. In my, like, 45
You bake
minutes.
one, Barbara.
It's exciting.
Huh? You bake one.
No, I don't know how to bake, but I can cook really good. I try to make cookies one time, but they look like rocks. I'm gonna taste it like rocks. But I am a good cook. But anyway, like I say, happy Valentine's. I enjoyed the meeting. It was really good. I learned a lot. That's what I'm here for. Thank you so much. Dr. Burke.
Yes, quickly, Kimball was phenomenal tonight. We all agree. And it reminds me of a quote that I heard this week. One cannot be great without the greatness of others. And so all the students' greatness that was on display today, the teachers that poured so much into that, the principal helped the teachers be great, the teachers helped the principals be great, all the support staff that they talked about at Kimball, helping those students to be great. And then not last, but certainly not least, the parents. That engagement between the parents at home and the parents in the school makes for greatness. And we saw it on display today. They're all invested, and it's phenomenal. The only other thing I would want to mention is thank you very much for your presentation by both our board president and clerk. Phenomenal. I would go into more detail, but I do want to say also on the norms and priorities conversation, you mentioned that fiscal solvency, hey, it's at the bottom. I'm just happy it's on the paper. I'm thrilled it's on the paper. We're in the game. And I think it's really important because next board meeting on the 26th, we do need to talk a little bit about a resolution. We committed in December to a resolution at the second interim that is going to determine what budget cuts we need to look at. We have to find $3 million of cuts for next year, $5 million of cuts for the year after that. So on the 26th, I would like to initiate a discussion at the board meeting at some of the options that we have available to us so that we're not showing up at the second interim, unprepared for that.
Dr. Kevin.
I too was so impressed with the Kimball students. They had beautiful English, beautiful Spanish, and I just loved their presentation style, so confident. And I really love the powerful quotes that they selected. So congratulations to the students, and thank you to the staff and for Francisco Lopez's leadership at that site. I want to also congratulate Ms. Flor Borciaga and Ruby Sepulveda. I know they make a real big difference at Kimball School, and they're very much loved. And I know the students love them as well. And so thank you for all you do. Welcome to the new employees. I want to thank Dr. Kraft, Dr. Vargas, and Cece Garcia for their presentations. It was very informative. We just kind of talked that maybe Cece should have gone first, and then that would have given us context, but it was really great. I love the presentation. And then, either way, they're good. They're very informative. Thank you for the presentations for CSBA. I love to learn what you're learning, and so that was very informative. Enjoy your 4-day weekend and happy Valentine's.
Dr. Kraft.
I echo everything that's been said without saying it again, but I have to say, I was so inspired by the Kimball students. It was definitely girl power. That was pretty impressive. And so gracias to all of you at Kimball, the volunteers, the employees, the teachers, every single person, because that was pretty magical. That was amazing. I want to thank the Rancho staff for a great site visit that we had, and just seeing the high expectations that they hold for their kids. They sí se puede. They do believe in that. And then I too would like to wish everyone a happy and restful long weekend. May it be filled with love. Dr. Brady.
Since we must end at 10:30 and I need to leave room for President Gates, I want to say happy birthday, Trustee Lopez. Read Across America is March 3rd through the 7th. Community flyers can be found on our website under Parent and Community Resources. And we are open to receiving and passing along any that are coming through the community. If you just email superintendent@nsd.us. And finally, what I took away from the Kimball presentation is we can always do better, even if we're already getting good grades.
I have less than 2 minutes. I can do this. No. So thank you to everyone who came tonight. Thank you for those who stayed tonight, including all of you. Thank you to the Ira Harbison staff. Specifically, I got to see Sandra Fuentes' class and Angelica Hernandez class before getting to also go to Las Palmas on the next day. And for schools close to your heart, Trustee Avalos, those are mine too. I'm not going to say it out loud. So my children went there. That's, it's a thing. Thank you to everyone for tonight, and Dr. Kraft specifically, knowing that I'm the one who asked you to please put something together. Well, asked you if we could please pull something together because bullying keeps coming up as a concern, as an issue, as a heartbreak. And yet I know that our parents sometimes hurt very much for their children, especially when it seems like what they're hoping for is different than what we can do. And so thank you for the care and intentionality behind that. And is 10:29. Happy birthday. Oh, yes, we do have cake.